Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to J is for Justice. My name is Jay, and I am your host today. We have a panel discussion. I have invited the lovely Potato to join me.
Hello, hello.
Hello, Potato. Thanks for coming on today.
Thank you for having me on.
So today we're going to be going through some of these media interviews with some of the most notorious liars that we've ever seen. Can't wait for this. I have to admit, the West one I had never seen before, so that one's new to me. I didn't watch the whole thing yet. So
You haven't? I didn't realize you hadn't seen it.
I don't know anything about that case. I know nothing other than that the two little boys were missing. That's all I know about that case. So that one I haven't seen, so that'll be interesting. But we've got Leticia Stauch, Scott Peterson, Don and Candus Wells, Drew Peterson, who is just, he's thrown in there just to show what a complete lack of conscious looks like. Who else do we have? Chris Watts and Soto and Sterns. Quite a few.
Yep.
So, Potato, are you ready to start out with Leticia?
I am so ready.
Okay. If you guys have, go ahead.
Rupert's just started meowing. So
I know,
right
I heard him.
I was like, okay. I fed him as well. He's just eaten. He turns around and he meows at me. Like, are you kidding?
He wants to be part of the stream, so that's okay.
Yeah, he does. He wants to make his voice heard.
We'll allow Rupert. Yeah, Rupert doesn't like Leticia either. So, Jess, you've talked to her on Facebook.
Who, Leticia?
Leticia? Rupert is hangry. When did you talk to Leticia, Jess? You're gonna have to let us know. I did not know about this. Welcome all the moderators. We've got quite a few here today. Uplift Mobile Fitness became a member before the live started. Hey, it's Jay. Glad to know I'm not the only one who sees the exact same thing. Thanks for spending time we don't have to show others what we see. Thanks for spending the time we don't have to show others what we see. I want to see the behavior panel do a live podcast of this. Me too. Awesome topic, says Amy. So let's get into it without further ado. Let's start out. If you guys have not liked this video, hit that like button, right? Meow. When I went live, though, we were 4 subs away from 28K.
4? Oh my gosh.
Or 98K, not 28. Yeah, we're 97,996. So we need 4 more subs to 98K. Exciting stuff. So thank you guys so much for renewing your membership, Candy. I appreciate you. Happy St. Patrick's Day. It is St. Patty's Day. Do you guys celebrate St. Patty's Day in Europe?
Well, people do, but it's not as big as it is over there.
You don't drink like green beer and stuff?
Absolutely not.
She says absolutely not on the green beer. No, you've never heard of that, huh?
I've never heard of green beer until I heard your story about it.
Well, it's a tradition here to get up really early in the morning at like 4, 5, 6 o'clock in the morning and start drinking green beer, and to get really, really shit-faced on this day. A lot of people take the day off if it's a weekday. And the bars open super early. Everybody wears green, drinks green beer, and gets rowdy. It's American style, I guess.
Yeah, it's not. We don't.
What do
We
you
just
guys
don't.
do over there? I'm curious.
I mean, people would go out and stuff, but it's not like it's not celebrated like that. Like people would go to the bars and the pubs and stuff, but it's not
But,
as big.
do you guys eat Scottish eggs?
I mean, every day, yeah, it's just a normal everyday thing.
The
Snack.
eggs with the sausage in
Scot
them?
Uh-huh. Yeah, the breadcrumb coated sausage egg things.
Oh, see, those are a special treat here for St. Patty's Day.
Why for St. Patrick's Day though, if they're Scottish?
I don't know. because because potato to Americans is it's all the same place.
It's all just one.
We're crazy like that. It is the
Do you-
Irish pubs get packed here. And they wear, we have the bagpipes going. Isn't that Scottish?
That's also Scottish, yeah.
Yes. So we do bagpipers on St. Patty's Day. I can't explain it, potato.
Okay.
Okay,
When
so
you said Scotch eggs the other day, I was like, but that's Scottish? I don't understand.
well, I have a story. So I went to a place in my hometown called Younger's Irish Tavern for St. Patty's Day. It was like one of my first times and only times going out for that day. I took the day off. I went with my girlfriends and we started drinking at like 8 a.m. Radio station was there at the pub. They were giving away tickets and all kinds of stuff. But yeah, it was the first time I really drank green beer, and it literally comes, they give you the pint glasses and it's green. So
What makes it green?
Food color, I think.
Ew.
Yeah.
Gross.
Well, it wasn't very pretty later on in the afternoon because I got very sick. I drank way too much beer and the Scottish eggs just didn't cut it. And I got extremely ill at like 4 p.m. and I was in bed, belly up the rest of the night. It was awful. It was absolutely awful. Never do it
Doesn't
again.
surprise me with food coloring in your beer and Scotch eggs all mixed up together. Ugh.
Woo!
It sounds nice.
We've got Shane Culkin coming in with a St. Patty's Day wish. He says, "Hey, everybody, top of the morning to yous, people in J-Land. Top of the morning to you as well, Shane." Oh, let's see. Green beer stories. Texas Ranger. I drank that green beer back in the 80s and got sick as a dog. Never again.
Does anyone still drink it now? Is it still a thing now?
Yes, they're serving it as we speak. Hell yeah. We need to see, remind me before we end this live to check and see if there's videos of any celebrations up in Detroit, because I'll show you what they're doing. Shane's drinking a Heineken.
Is it green?
But is it Heineken German?
Yeah.
So we see what I mean? It's all the same. How we are here in the States.
That's funny.
Somebody was telling me the other day that oh, I know it was my daughter-in-law, and she said she did her ancestry, okay? And she said, "I always thought I was something, I can't remember, some tribe or something." And she says, I am from Europe, or I'm from England and Wales." And I said, "I think everybody is." Aren't they? I mean, we all kind of hail from there at some
Everyone.
Everyone's from there. I mean, we all just came over from there. So yeah, and that's what I said. I was like, aren't we all like from Europe? One way or in the other. But she was pretty happy to find out that she was from Wales.
That's pretty cool.
30% of her is from Wales. So Meg says she's from Finland. So she did this ancestry thing, and I asked her about it and I was like, are you worried? Like, or no, I asked her, I said, do you have to prove who you are when you send in your DNA? Or does it just, work? Do you just put your name down and send it in and it is what it is? And she said, yes. So it made me think like anybody could send in. I could send in my DNA and put that it's Potato's DNA. I could
Yeah,
say
that's
that
weird.
I'm Potato. And then if I go commit a crime, that DNA, if they run it through Ancestry, will come back to
Come
Potato.
back to me. I mean, you really could mess with the system by doing that kind of stuff.
You could mess with it. Yeah. So I was asking her about that and I'm like, she's like, well, they don't automatically put you on a tree. So you have to like go the extra step to put yourself on the tree, on a family tree.
So then what do they do with your information if you choose not to go on a tree? Do they delete it? I can't
That
imagine that they do, because that
mm-mm.
would be a lot of work, wouldn't it?
I don't think they do. They sent her results and I think they store it.
Right. They'd have to, wouldn't they? Or at least
I
store the
would think
data
so.
from it, because
Because
I
if
don't
she
know.
wants to access it again, she can.
Exactly. So
Mhm.
it's got to be somewhere.
Yeah, so she signs in and I think she can see it.
So that means it's still stored.
hmm
So that's the back door, I guess. You don't want to be on a tree, but they can still get your deets.
Yes. And she said some of the trees are even locked. So people can't see them. And you have to like prove you're on the tree to be let in and added to the tree. So I thought that was interesting information,
Mm-hmm.
Because I've never done that and I didn't know how it worked. So we will see what happens with that, because we know that Brian Koberger, not to talk about a different case, but we know that he told his neighbor, that Christian Martinez, hey man, I just did Ancestry, like just in passing. Like I just sent my DNA in.
Brian.
Mm-hmm.
So he did it himself as well.
Yes.
So why couldn't I find him through the back door?
That's why I think he sent in both. I think he messed with it. I really do. I think he did something weird that messed with it. And could that be why they had to go, through the whole thing of going to PA, I don't know. But all I know is he told his neighbor he did it, and his neighbor came out with it in an interview. So that's why I was asking so many questions, because I didn't know if you had to prove, like, wouldn't it make sense that you send in like your ID or something? Like, we have more protection, when we have to ID verify for certain things online or whatever. But
Yeah.
Ancestry just trusts you are who you say you are, I guess.
I mean, I would expect that you'd have to send some kind of photo ID when you're sending in your DNA.
Yeah. I mean, I got to
But
send in my photo ID when I tried to get my Facebook back.
exactly. And that's just Facebook.
Mm-hmm. So for DNA, it seems pretty crazy. And then to take it a step further, there were and we're going to have to talk about this in the near future, because there was just two DNA analysts. I know at least one who had been working for the CBI and had done cases in Weld County for DNA, over 280 cases. She worked there 29 years, and she was deliberately manipulating the results.
What?
She
But
resigned.
why?
Why?
Yeah, for what reason? What is going on?
Shane says he has to send his ID to order his Cool Mint vapes.
Really? You have to send ID for
To prove
vape?
his age, yeah.
What the heck?
But hey, anybody can send in your DNA or send in their DNA and attach your name to it. Nobody will know. So I don't know if it screws up the whole like algorithm of their trees, because that's what I was asking my daughter-in-law. I'm like, what if you sent in your DNA with my name and then you went to go put it on your family tree and they're like, wait, this person isn't on your family tree. I don't know do they pick up on that? Do they even know? So it's such a weird science that has gone into the mainstream, and now it's being utilized in a backdoor way by law enforcement, which we didn't know until last year. Crazy.
Mhm. I don't like how it's advertised as like a fun thing to do as well. Can you remember when it was like 23andMe and there was adverts
Yeah,
everywhere? Like, do
gifts.
this is fun.
Dude, people were giving it as Christmas gifts.
Yes, you could literally get it as a gift. And that's what they advertise it as. Get this as a gift for your family. It's fun. You get to find out where you're from. No one thinks about like the ramifications from all of that stuff. Like you're literally stored. You're giving your biometrics because you use your phone. You're given your DNA. They have literally everything. There's algorithms that know what you look at, know what you like, know what you're shopping for. But people don't think about that you're
It's
literally
quite
given
scary.
everything.
Yeah, it's quite scary when you think about it. And then to think that it's not really, I don't know, it's not really like, doesn't seem secure, I
It's not
guess.
secure, yeah.
So I guess we'll find out.
Right.
Oh God, Punani just donated a bunch of
Or is it
gifts.
a cigar?
Punani.
Thank you, Poon. She donated 5. Thank you, Poonie. All right. Well, enough of the DNA. Bridget Servey 319.
Or is it a cigar?
It is a little scary to me too. Let me know what you guys think in the chat about that as we step into Leticia Stauch. This is
So is that a joint?
the first interview. Leticia, Ligrecia.
Look at her
Whatever you-
hair though, jeez.
Oh, she's greasy as hell. So I did clip this down because she doesn't show her
So is that a
face
joint?
at all. So here we
Or
go.
is it a cigar?
How does it feel when not only you have a lost child who you are in care of, but then people blaming you for that child not being there?
You know,
So is that a joint?
I'm just ready for Gannon to come home.
Or is it a
Most
cigar?
importantly, for him to see his family. But second, I am going to be so ecstatic when I'm able to say to people that I hope they have a really sincere apology for all these theories that have came out online, for all the things they said that I have done or people have done. And I just want everyone to know that we're going to find Gannon. And I love him so much. I've helped taking care of him for so long.
Can you talk to me a little bit about him?
And you know, he's always helpful, and he was always so helpful with the dogs around the house, and we have 2 little cute dogs, and he was always like a person I could say, Gannon, can you go do this? And he would do it right away. You know, sometimes with kids we have to remind them and things like that, and that's okay, but he was so sweet and able to help anyone. He could notice when you're sick and say, are you okay? And such a kind heart.
Any message for Gannon?
The message for Gannon I have is, Gannon, when you get here, you'll be able to truly tell what happened. And then I really hope I get a sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband. We just wanted to add a message
Wait.
to Gannon from my family.
We're gonna pause it real quick because that's where she had to get into her mode. But she's asked what Gannon's like. Oh, he would do anything you asked him to do. In other words, I think she bossed Gannon around and had him do stuff for her. And then she quickly goes into, he's going to come home and I'm going to get an apology.
Yeah, I think that is the only reason why she chose to do this, because she'd been getting grief online. And so the very first thing she says is that she wants him to come home and just prove to everyone that she didn't do anything wrong. And then she's going to get an apology. Absolutely no concern about where he might be or what he's going through. It's all about her.
Just that he's going to come home
and prove
And-
to everyone.
and it's going to prove to everyone that she was not. It's all about her.
Yeah.
So
Completely
tell me
all
about
you.
this getting into form. What I didn't know the backstory here.
Yeah, so she made them stop so that she could get into character, I guess. Show some emotion. Maybe she realized that she wasn't being how she would expect someone to be. So she got into character, all emotional and stuff, made them stop and start again for her appeal to Gannon.
And she still doesn't face the camera.
And she still has the back of her head to the camera. I mean, I don't even understand that to start with.
Did
like
she expect people to believe it?
No, and why? Why is she not facing it? First, she's got sunglasses on, so she's already covering her eyes. And then she's showing the back of her head because she knows that people will be able to read her so easily. But we can anyway, because what she's saying isn't what you'd expect someone to be saying if their child was missing.
Right. So let's listen to her plea where it's like watching Chewbacca make a plea because all you can see is her hair. Okay, here we go.
I like how they're so close to the back of her
Unbelievable.
head too.
I
Really hope I
we might be able to see bugs if we look
get a
close.
Ugh.
sincere apology from everyone who has made all those things, especially from my husband.
We just wanted to add a message to Gannon from my family, is that we love you and miss you, and we hope that you come home soon. And Gannon, I can't wait till you can come home and let everyone know that you're okay. We love you.
Was the last time you saw Stacy before
Ooh.
you went to bed? You said yes.
Damn, that was loud. Okay, so that was all of Leticia. Is there anything you wanted to add to that? I mean, the fact that she won't even face the camera says it all.
To have, yeah. I mean, what does she think they're thinking while they're filming this? Like, I guess they were like, well, do you want to show your face so you can show concern or whatever? She's like, nah, show the back of my head. It'll be fine.
Right,
Like,
and people are
what?
gonna believe me. Weird.
Like,
And
clearly
delusional.
they-
Delusional.
Yeah. I mean, you might
Mhm.
as well just not do one at all. Not doing one at all would have been better than doing that.
Right, exactly. Being quiet would have went a long way,
Yeah.
except doing that. So that is Leticia Stauch, and she is a POS, and she is actually in jail, in prison for life for murdering her stepson. We know she never received any apologies. So our next one is Drew Peterson, and I threw the two biggest POSs in the very front because they're so obvious that I don't think there's really a whole lot of like digging that really needs to go into them. But I wanted to show you guys because this man is the biggest POS. And if he was doing his thing now that he was doing back then, because I feel like society has changed so much, he was dating Stacy, his latest wife that went missing. He met her when she was 17. He was already divorced twice. I don't know how old he was, but he was old. And he had grown, almost grown children that were the same age as her almost. Just a sicko. He was a cop. He was a bigot. He was just a dick. This guy is just a disgusting prick. And I mean, I just can't say it any more than that. He does not give a shit about anybody but himself.
I think he is probably one of the most arrogant men that
Oh
I've
my
seen in
God.
these videos.
Yes, it's bad. It's bad. Okay, so here we're going to listen to this interview. He has his lawyer sitting next to him. So here we go.
The machine says you were deceptive. Why?
I have no idea. I answered the questions truthfully, and why it showed up that it was deceptive, I have no idea.
You were asked, do you know where Stacy is? You said no. Again, deceptive. Do you
Again.
know where she is?
I have no idea.
You have no idea where she
No
is.
idea.
Did Stacy call you and tell you she was leaving? You said yes. Machine says deceptive.
Again, that's what happened, and why it came up deceptive, I just can't answer for that.
You said that she called you
Right.
the night that she disappeared?
Yes.
And said she had run off with another man.
Correct.
So do you feel that she's out there with another man, hasn't called anyone, left her children behind, dropped off the face of the planet, and no one's even seen her?
I believe that 100%, without a doubt.
Do you realize how far-fetched that sounds?
Sounds far-fetched, but it happens. So I really can't answer for where she is or what she's doing or anything like that.
What did she say to you that night in that phone call?
Basically, she found somebody else and she was leaving. So, and told me where she left her car.
She told you where she left her car. Why would
Right.
she do that?
I guess she didn't want it, so she wanted me to have it.
And was she the kind of person who would just leave her kids behind?
No, she wasn't, which makes it kind of peculiar that all this is happening. She loved her children.
She loved her children. What about her family? Was she close with her family?
And that's the only thing he tells the truth about is that she loved her children, but she's just going to run off with some dude.
It's
Even
the
though she
fact
loved
that he says that, oh yeah, she's just run off. She told me she was leaving, but whatever. If he really cared about her and cared that, her children and stuff, then he would actually be sad and want to know where she is. But instead he's just like, yeah, she went away. That's what she wanted to do. Whatever.
Can you imagine what he was telling his children? Stacy's
Yeah.
children?
Mm-hmm. Like your mom's just left.
Sickening. What
Sorry.
a sick, disgusting pig. All right, here we go.
That was on and off. You know, sometimes, we were planning to move to California or Arizona to get away from her family.
California or Arizona? What? To get away from her family? Oh my God.
Because the kind of trouble, some issues they were involved in. So one minute she loved them, one minute she wanted to get away from them. So I can't answer for what was going on in her head at the time.
When she told you she was leaving you for another man that night, this is your first indication that something was wrong with the marriage?
Well, again, she would indicate that she wanted a divorce sometimes, and then the next day she was fine. So it was kind of an emotional roller coaster, and this was all stemming from her sister dying of cancer. She took it really hard, and we had her under psychiatric care, and she was on medication. So again, I can't answer what was going on in her head the night.
Do you see that? She was on medication. We had to have her locked up. She was crazy. She couldn't handle anything. All these negative things to make her seem unstable.
Mm-hmm. I'm trying to say that the reason why she's gone is because she's unstable.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what was going on in her head.
Yeah, I don't know. You know, one day she'd want a divorce, the next day she's fine. Yeah, she probably wanted a divorce when you were beating her and being an asshole. Ugh. And they still haven't found his wife, by the way.
She left.
In your third wife's death, Kathleen's death, you say that you had the kids that weekend. You were in the middle of a divorce. You dropped them off that night. She wasn't there. She wasn't answering. So you took them back home, and it wasn't until the following night that you asked the neighbors to go in. Why did you wait a full night?
Well, it was a long weekend, so I was confused whether she was giving me an extra day or she had some plans. It was a holiday weekend, so
Oops.
I really didn't think that much of it till the following day, and it was unlike her to not answer the phone, call me, or complain that I wasn't there on time. So there was some confusion on my part whether she was giving me an extra day or not.
This is the ex-wife who also died, and he later was convicted of her death. She was found dead in a bathtub, but he went over there to drop off his kids. So he takes the kids over to the house, and he doesn't go in because she's not answering. He gets a neighbor to go and find her dead body.
He's so evil.
And she had plans for the following day.
Why not call investigators instead of a neighbor? Why not go in yourself when you finally reached the point where you were concerned about her?
Well, I didn't go in. I had the neighbors go in.
That's what I'm saying. If you were concerned and she's the mother of your kids, why not go in yourself?
Well, I was there, and eventually when I heard them screaming, I did go in. But Kathleen was the type that would have accused me of stealing something out of the house if I would have went in, so I stayed out just to try to keep an objective stance with it all. Well, now that this polygraph's come out, I hope everybody sees that I'm innocent of everything that I thought of doing.
Yeah, because like Bella was going to start kindergarten.
Okay. So do you have anything to say about Drew before we get into the next one?
Well, yeah, the fact that he had his neighbor go in to traumatize them, knowing exactly what they were going to find.
Yeah, when they screamed, I went in. They were fine.
And
Oh,
to
when
have
they
the kids there as well.
Yeah. Yep, his kids. Their
Ugh.
mom. That's their mom. So
And then
gross.
to have this go on with Stacy as well. Like, she's never been found and he's never been charged for her going missing.
Mm-mm. Nope,
Sad.
just for the first wife. Yeah, I mean, it's really
I mean,
sad.
he's the number one suspect, isn't he? But they just don't have enough.
Yep. And actually, a year ago, his lawyer came out and said that when Drew passes away, I think he said that he would say where Stacy is. His lawyer knows.
His lawyer knows.
Mhm.
What?
Yep. And it's attorney-client privilege or some shit that I don't know.
How?
He came out a year ago. Let me see if I can find that real quick because it's a quick YouTube video. Where he said, I don't want to misspeak.
Like, how is it okay to have attorney-client privilege when it's something like that.
Okay, here it is. Let's fast forward to the actual where he says that. Okay, here we go. What? Do you hear this?
I can't hear it or see it.
Oh, sorry. Now you should be able to. Sorry about that. Here we go.
Whose body has never been found.
Drew told you what happened to Stacy.
I know everything about both of his wives, everything.
And Brodsky says he is considering spilling his secrets.
He's never getting out of jail, so it's not going to hurt him. And
Wouldn't you never practice law again?
well, I don't think I'm ever practicing law again anyway, so what's the difference, right?
So why would Brodsky, after 37 years practicing law, consider betraying the fundamental principle of his profession? He says the answer is because the profession betrayed him. In 2019, the Illinois Attorney Registration and Disciplinary Commission suspended his law license for 2 years. The complaint said Brodsky sent an email to parties in a child custody case and school workers that called one parent very mentally sick. He was also accused in another case of a pattern and practice of unprofessional behavior, including false allegations and inappropriate diatribes and pleadings.
Do you regret your conduct?
I mean, yeah, I do.
Brodsky questions why he lost his license for 2 years when politicians like former House Speaker Mike Madigan and all.
Okay, well, anyways, you get the gist. You get
Yeah,
the
I mean,
gist.
Drew's in prison. He had a 38-year sentence. Why is he still withholding it? Like, it's not going to make any difference to him, like going to prison or getting out or whatever. He's in prison, so the only people that he's hurting is her family.
Yeah, and he doesn't
For
care.
what? And it's not, and like he said, he's not practicing, and he's probably never going to practice again. So what exactly is he holding it for? Because of loyalty to Drew?
I guess. Or is he going to wait for like this grand hurrah? I mean, if he knows what happened to Stacy and Kathleen,
I don't know how you can just sit on that kind of information.
and it's
Like, how
not
can you-
illegal because it's attorney-client privilege.
See, that's crazy to me as well. Like, how can something like that be okay under that kind of rule? I mean, I get everything else, but when it's something like that, a murder, knowing what's happened, maybe even knowing where she is,
Mhm.
how can that be okay?
He says, I know everything about both his wives. So I would assume he knows what he did with her because,
Yeah, so if he told, then they'd be able to recover her and actually, I mean, give her some respect, for God's sake.
Mhm. None. Maybe he wants money or something for an interview to like spill the beans.
No, he's just as gross then.
Yes. Well, it sounds like it by his behavior as well. So yeah, I mean that case, what a mess. What an absolute mess.
It's horrible.
Shane thinks he might be planning to sell a book. All right, are you ready for Watts?
Uh-huh.
Gear up. Hey, Mark W. Welcome to chat. Welcome to chat, everybody. If you haven't hit that like button, now is a good time to do so. We are going to break into the Chris Watts pre-porch interview. This is the pre-interview.
What I'm doing.
Yeah, because like Bella was gonna start kindergarten.
We already have a was.
Next Monday,
Mm-hmm.
and they were just getting ready to start back again.
And so, what kind of
Those lips.
your friend Nicole kind of tipped you off at something?
You believe it's someone outside your home.
There is a killer on the.
Wait, why did it just skip? Where did Watts go? Oh, I cut off Watts. I cut off Watts. That's okay. Let's watch the Ramsey. It's short.
Ready to start back again.
And so, what kind of So your friend Nicole kind of tipped you off at something.
You believe.
Damn, did you hear him swallow with that mic on his shirt?
Mm-hmm.
Listen to how hard he swallows.
Because like Bella was gonna start kindergarten next Monday, and they were just getting ready to start back again.
And so what kind of, so your friend Nicole kind of tipped you off at something.
Your friend Nicole, and he swallows hard. Gulp. Okay, here's a little clip of the Ramseys.
You believe it's someone outside your home.
There is a killer on the
Absolutely.
loose. I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's a he or a she. But if I were a resident of Boulder, I will tell my friends to keep your babies close to you. There's someone out there.
She's shaking her head the entire time.
The thing that I remember about her was that if I would frown, she would look at me and say, "Dad, I don't like that face." And I'd smile and she said, "That's better." And that's just the way she was.
She loved her daddy. She loved her daddy. She was daddy's girl.
Okay. Do you have anything to say about that?
Just the fact that she, from beginning to end, was shaking her head the whole time.
La, 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 la. You don't hold account.
But she also has tears.
She does.
She has real tears. I think this is someone who knows what happened, but is sad over it.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Did she start crying when she starts talking about she loved her dad?
Well, it kind of cut, so it's hard to tell. Because he tells his story where look how happy he is telling that story. I mean, even if you're telling a story and your daughter is deceased, I don't know how you can smile that big. Maybe that's just me.
When was this one? Like, how long after?
This was in January. I think it says. I think that one was in January. Because this was the first one they did after she was dead. And she was completely drugged. I mean, you can tell by her eyes that she is drugged. But look how he looks at her. When she starts saying there's someone out there. Watch him.
Your baby's close to you.
What's he whispering to her?
And also the look on it, I don't know, his face is just...
Watch that again.
You believe it's someone outside your home.
There is a killer on the
Absolutely.
loose. I don't know who it is. I don't know if it's a he or a she. But if I were a resident of Boulder, I will tell my friends to keep your babies close to you. There's someone out there.
The thing that I remember about her was that if I would frown, she would look at me and say, "Dad, I don't like that face." And I'd smile and she said, "That's better."
Very weird.
It's so soon after as well.
We just hit 98K. Whoop, whoop.
Oh, yay.
Yay.
That's awesome.
I don't know. Did he shush her or did he say, it's okay?
It sounded like he said it's okay to me. It's hard to tell though because it kind of like pauses there.
Mm-hmm.
But it
It's
seemed like
very,
he
it's
said
very
it's okay.
strange. All right. Now we're going to get into Susan Smith.
And it's just the way she was.
She loved her daddy. She loved her daddy.
Yeah, that's when she
was
starts
daddy's
crying.
girl.
Yep, that's when she starts crying.
Mm-hmm.
she was daddy's girl and she puts her
Yeah,
hands.
please let me take them. And he said no, he didn't have time because they were in car seats and it was going to take time for me to get them out of the car seat. And he just told me, he said, but I won't hurt them. And he just took off. But he had a gun, and my big thing is they were screaming, hollering, crying, and I'm just scared that he just lost his patience or something. You know?
Please.
Yeah, I want to say to my baby that your mama loves you so much, and your daddy and his whole family love you so much, and you guys have got to be strong because you are. I just know, I just feel in my heart that you're okay, but you got to take care of each other.
Susan, yesterday I know authorities searched your house inside, outside, underneath. Were you there at the time, and do you know what they were looking for?
No, ma'am, I was not there, and I do not know. I did agree, sign a form for them to do that. I was aware they were going to do that, and I understand that's just one of the normalities they have to do in any investigation.
Sources close to the investigation, Susan, have told NBC News that federal agents are focusing, in fact, on the relationship between you and Mitchell Sinclair, the man that you were going to visit that night, the man you said you were going to visit with your children. They've told NBC that there were inconsistencies in your stories. Do you know what inconsistencies they were referring to?
No, ma'am, I really do not know that.
I think everybody sitting at home wants the answer to the same question. Did you murder your wife?
No.
Okay. Susan Smith.
Zero expression on her face whatsoever. Absolutely none. Even when she's fake crying. Like if you took away the sound and stuff, she's just looking down. She don't look sad.
She's almost smiling.
Yeah, I mean, she is.
So it makes you wonder. I mean, look at her face right there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is she relieved? Like, what makes these people smile? Are they thinking they got away with something?
Jeepers delight. I mean, looking at this now, playing it with no sound, you wouldn't think that she was talking about her babies that are no longer here.
And this one here, she almost laughs.
Yep. And she doesn't look up at all. That was a laugh.
Mm-hmm. It's almost like she thinks it's funny that she's duped everybody, including her poor husband, who's standing there supporting her and thinking that she's not lying. Like, he believed her in the beginning. It's really telling when you watch it with no sound.
Yeah, it is. I mean, look at her eyebrows. If she was actually crying, you can see it in your forehead and your eyebrows, but she's not. She's just making crying noise.
And almost sounds like a giggle.
Yeah.
In this, she has no emotion, but she kind of smiles when she mentions the man that she was supposed to meet that night. She smiles. And I don't think she thought she was going to get caught. These people always think they're going to get away with it, I guess.
Yep, they do.
Waiting for her to smile. There it is. There it is. That's when when Katie Couric mentions her man.
It's a one-sided as well. One-sided smirk.
So gross.
It's like she's thinking, huh, they're really buying this.
I think everybody sitting at home wants the answer to the same question. Did you murder your wife?
Smiling.
No, I did not. And
laughing.
I had absolutely nothing to do with her disappearance. And use the word murder, and yeah, I mean, that is a possibility.
What the hell was that?
Seriously, right from the very beginning, he's smiling, laughing.
You use the
Again.
word murder. That's a possibility, and he smiles.
I did not. And I had absolutely nothing to do with her disappearance. And use the word murder, and yeah, I mean, that is a possibility.
Why are you so happy about
It's not
it?
one we're ready to accept, and it creeps in my mind late at night.
He's so creepy.
Oh, it creeps in my mind late at night. So what I've noticed about a lot of these people is Stephan Sterns said how hard it was when it got dark, that they knew it wasn't coming to an end at the nighttime after Maddie went missing. Chris Watts, I can't stand to be in this house. I can't be in this house another night. It was like a ghost town.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's these nighttime when they're alone, it comes creeping back at them.
Yep.
And early in the morning and during the day, all we can think about is the right resolution is to find her well.
Did you ever hit her? Did you ever injure her?
No. My God, no. Violence towards women is unapproachable. It is the most disgusting act to me. And I know that suspicion has turned to me. And it's turned to me, one, because I'm her husband. And that's a natural thing. And I've heard all the statistics on all the news shows about that being, someone that a husband, ex-husband, a boyfriend, that is statistically the one who would be responsible for her disappearance. And I'm sorry, I forgot your question.
Did you ever hit her? Did you ever injure her?
No, never. I was answered your question because of the suspicion that it's been turned to me. And it turned to me because of the inappropriate romantic that I had with Amber Friday. God, I mean, the first word that comes to mind is, glorious. I mean, we took care of each other very well. She was amazing. She is amazing. I don't know what it was, probably 40 degrees that day or something. And during the
Okay, so I noticed that. So this motherfucker expects us to believe he was going to choose to go golfing or fishing, and it was 40 degrees. He says it himself. 40.
Yeah.
Bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
It was 40 degrees that day. So listen what he says he loaded. This reminded me of Chris Watts when he said, wait, which part was it? Hang on.
murder, and yeah, I mean, that is a possibility. It's not one we're ready to accept, and it creeps in my mind late at night and early in the morning. And during the day, all we can think about is the right resolution is to find her well.
Did you ever hit her? Did you ever injure her?
No. My God, no.
That part. Okay, so remember when, I hate saying this, but remember when, I think it was Coder asked Chris Watts if the girls were alive when he put them in the tanks. And he said, no, God, no.
Yeah.
Same response.
Yep.
No, God, no. Now listen what he carries out and loads in his truck that morning.
Violence towards women is unapproachable. It is the most disgusting act to me. And I know that suspicion has turned to me. And it's turned to me, one, because I'm her husband. And that's a natural thing. And I've heard all the statistics on all the news shows about that being, someone that a husband, ex-husband, a boyfriend, that is statistically the one who would be responsible for her disappearance. And I'm sorry, I forgot your question.
Did you ever hit her? Did you ever injure her?
No, never. I was answered your question because of the suspicion that it's been turned to me. And it turned to me because of the inappropriate romantic that I had with Amber Friday.
He had no word for it
He
either.
can't even say it. He can't say he was
First
having
word
an
that comes
affair.
to mind is glorious. I mean, we took care of each other.
Closes
very
his
well.
eyes.
She was amazing. He is amazing. I don't know what it was probably 40 degrees that day or something. And during the winter, we don't open the curtains to keep the house warm.
Nothing to that. Nothing suspicious.
No, I mean, certainly I wish if something had happened to her in the house, I wish they'd been open so someone may have been able to stop it. But in the winter, who opens their curtains for the draft?
Report that a neighbor had seen you loading something into a vehicle?
I haven't seen that report.
Did you load anything into a vehicle? Anything large?
Some umbrellas, some market umbrellas. Those are those, the umbrellas on the stands that are 8 feet in diameter or something like that.
When did you do that?
That morning.
You haven't mentioned your son.
It's so hard.
Ooh, that part bothered me.
Yeah, that's bad.
He just sat there and stared at her.
Diameter or something like that.
When did you do that?
That morning.
You haven't mentioned your son.
It's so hard.
Are you afraid police will arrest you?
No. I know there's no basis. I mean, I had nothing to do with her disappearance. So there's no possible evidence or anything like that.
He thinks that he's covered up so well that there's no possible evidence.
Have they given you reason to think that you're their prime suspect?
Yeah, I mean, with with the search warrants for the cars and things like that, certainly. With the a search warrant for the home, when it gets specific to a car, obviously they're looking at me.
So when her mother come in.
Okay. So Scott Peterson, what are your thoughts?
Well, he thought that he had every angle covered. He had a story for everything. Like, oh, your curtains were closed. Yeah, that's because of the draft. It's cold in the winter. Oh, you were seen carrying something into your vehicle. Yeah, it was just big umbrellas. Come on, man.
They had a few of those market umbrellas on their deck. And in the crime scene photos, they show them. And he could have very easily put her body in an umbrella
Inside.
and wrapped it up and loaded that umbrella.
Yeah, so he's like, yeah, we're just market umbrellas.
And just that morning, it was 40 degrees out. So he decided to take them to the warehouse while he went golfing or fishing.
Yeah, was that
in
before
40
or after
degree
he
weather.
was going golfing?
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it was Christmas Eve. He's leaving his pregnant wife to go golfing in the cold. Okay. Oh no, but I couldn't go golfing, so I went fishing. Okay.
Can you believe though that the LA Innocence Project is even picking him up?
I don't even understand why. What are they like? That surprised me. Why? What are they doing it for?
Yeah, he probably did do the umbrellas. That was probably part of the truth, but she was in it. So he left his pregnant wife at home so he could go fishing in 40-degree weather and haul market umbrellas. And he says his story is that she was at home mopping the floors, cooking food. I mean, this woman was on bed rest. This is another thing that I can't imagine them taking his case as the Innocence Project, because there's so many lies. Like, she was on bed rest. There was no way she was going for a walk because they have her medical records. Her doctor, she had called her doctor a couple times after taking Mackenzie on walks, and she was cramping and she wasn't feeling good. So the doctor told her not to do that.
Mm-hmm.
So they have her placed way across town in Modesto in these sightings, and it's just not realistic.
Nope.
Stephanie wants to know if they're picking up possibly for publicity. I don't see how he can be innocent. Shane says, someone tell Tater that Shane says, hi, babe, please.
Hi, Shane. Good to see you again, Shane.
He said hi to you a couple times.
I can't see chat, so I'm sorry.
It's okay. I pinned it. Shane says, yay. It's so Kung Fu said, sadly, it looks like the Innocent Project looks for flaws in the trial, not actual innocence. Technicalities. I don't like it. Because he's already tried with strawberry shortcake, right?
Yes. Is that good publicity for them, though?
I guess if they can maybe try a technicality on a high profile case, maybe it'll get them some donations.
Yeah, do we want people to get out on technicalities, though?
No, we don't.
It's such a scary route to go down.
I don't like that. I don't like it either. Because Brian Koberger is trying to get off on technicalities.
Exactly. Look at all the effort they're going to.
And while I agree, these investigations and such have to be done right, but in every case, right, the investigators have a narrative of what they think happened, and then they go down the road of collecting evidence to prove that narrative. Their narrative wasn't anything to do with Lacey being on the other side of town or a burned up van or anything about the robbery. Wait, Tara, I don't know. I did not follow Stephen Avery, but maybe you can answer this. Didn't they do this with Stephen Avery and they just disappeared after they started investigating?
Oh, I didn't know about that. The Innocence Project.
I didn't know. I knew that there was a lawyer that took on Avery's case.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard anything about that. Was that Catherine? Kathleen, whatever.
I can't remember what her name is, but yeah, and I know that she did, but I don't know about Innocence Project.
I didn't either. It is the Los Angeles Innocence Project, Texas Ranger. It's like not the well-known Innocence Project, but to still call themselves the Innocence Project, you would think that they're, fighting for people that are proven, innocent by DNA that really didn't do it, that really weren't there. That's war. Globalism. My dad fished all over California and said from a fishing standpoint, they were much closer to lakes with better fishing. What he did makes no sense to go to the bay.
Well, didn't he also not have the right equipment for the fish that he said he was fishing for?
Did he say what he was fishing for?
There was something about what he was fishing for. I think there was other fishermen or something that spoke out about it. And they were like, it didn't even make sense anyway.
Oh, yeah. That's right. Yeah, there was something like that. So people think that there's Innocence Projects in all these different towns. So I don't know anything about that. I've never heard. But obviously, if there's an LA Innocence Project, there's probably a lot of like nonprofits out there like that. But they need donations to keep going. Because I guarantee you those lawyers aren't doing it for free. Right?
No.
Kathleen Sturgeon. That's her name. Thank you. Thank you, Clover. Clover, today is your day.
For donuts.
Island Rips. Thank you so much for your donation. She just donated $25 through J4J411.live. Thank you so much. I love to see people using the the website, so YouTube doesn't take their 45% cut. Kathleen Zellner. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, Zelma.
Zellner. It's all over the news. Innocent Project. Yeah, it's the LA Innocent Project, which is not the Innocence Project that we've all heard of. That is the big Innocence Project. And he has some snot dripping out of his nose here. I just noticed.
Oh, gross.
Yeah. But in this interview too, I don't have that part. But he actually has his phone in the house somewhere and it starts ringing.
Oh, I remember that.
Yeah. And Diane Sawyer, he just ignored it. He kept talking. And she's like, do you need to get that? Like, your wife's missing, dude. Like,
yep. You would think he would literally jump up and be like, I need to go and get my phone.
Yes. So he gets up and he can't find it. He doesn't even know where it is. So he puts it on silent and comes back to the chair. And he says, I turned it off.
See, he's not thinking about how that looks because he knows it's not going to be any information he needs to know. It's not going to be about her.
Oh my God. Global said that's not snot. It's cocaine. Cocaine.
Cocaine.
So yeah, you would think he'd be like, oh my God, every time your phone rings, you would be like, your heart would drop. Is it news?
Yep, exactly. To put your phone on silent as well.
Right. I turned it on. Like,
sorry, I've got to put my phone on silent. I'm doing this interview.
Oh man, I know he is a piece of work. So on to the next piece of work, who also has luggage under his eyes. Saw somebody say Drew Peterson had luggage under his eyes. He does. But so does Dawn Wells here. And Dawn Wells, this is the very first interview when they were searching for Summer. There were helicopters overhead. It was full out search for this little girl. And he's got Josie, his 12-year-old son, flanked next to him, controlling this situation.
Yeah, I don't like how he has him there. Like, why?
Yeah, I don't know either. And the poor kid is looking down. I mean, I know the sun's in their face. We've talked about this millions of times. But the way he has his arm around him, he is in control of what is being said and done right now with this interview. So let's move into Dawn Wells.
She didn't answer, so she went down there and she was gone. So she went out the basement door, which was unlocked. Please let Summer be okay. And please come home. Some bad person grabbed her, but we have no idea. We're trying to think, beat her brains out. We've covered everything that we can think of already. We just really appreciate everybody trying to help that they have, law enforcement and all these volunteers that are here. I've never seen anything like this in my entire life.
A lot. I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that...
Okay, I already have to stop. So anything you want to say about Dawn and Josie? Scripted? I mean, that's my thought.
Well, from the very beginning, they're saying that someone's taken her. Why is that the very first thing you think of? I mean, it wouldn't be... There's so many other things that could have happened from their location where they were living. Anything, but it's someone took her.
Right off the bat.
Why are you just forgetting everything else that could have happened to her? Like, why would they not want to explore literally everything else that could have happened? So they're basically saying, well, we looked for her, we couldn't find her, so she must have been taken.
Yes, and you notice with all these parents, okay, they all are like negative. Well, they didn't see her on video. Oh, they're not finding her. Oh, we've done such extensive searches and like they act like all efforts have been exhausted and they know that she's been taken. Because Jenn Soto said the same thing.
Yes. Yep. And people who really don't know what's happened to their kid, they're open to everything. Like, literally do everything you can. We're not gonna look down one path. We're not going to say, oh yeah, they've definitely been taken. We want to look at literally everything. And
Mhm.
even when those have been exhausted, they're still like, well, maybe, like, keep on looking because maybe they could have wandered off. We don't know. It's the fact that they kind of confirm that it's this one
He's
specific thing that
yeah.
happened.
In this interview, he actually succumbed to the fact that he will see his daughter in the resurrection.
Man, how do you even
In the
get to that?
resurrection? Yep. And I'll never forget when he said that to me. We talked about religion and he talked about how he would see her in the resurrection in the afterlife. And I thought, wow,
But there's
you've already
people,
got her put dead. Like,
yeah,
what?
there's people whose children are missing for years and years and years, and they never ever let themselves go to that point where they're thinking that there's no hope left.
Right, right. Like, what if she ran out in the woods barefoot and she got hurt and was laying there hurting? No, someone took her.
But even if, like, if they really thought that someone had taken her, why is he talking about the resurrection? Because
Good
if you thought
point.
that if you thought someone had taken her, then surely the hope would be that she is still alive because she's with someone. But no.
A body has been found in the Cumberland River. They just reported, says Prime Paula. WKRN reported it 10 minutes ago. It might be Riley Strain. We'll check it out after we're done here. What did I ask you to remind me to play at the end? Remember I said, don't let me forget.
Yeah, I remember you saying it.
You forgot. Oh my God. Does anybody in chat remember? Maybe they maybe they have memories.
Oh man.
I'm looking. I don't see any reports. Who was it? WKRN? I'm going to look really fast before we get into Candus. 16 minutes ago. Oh, yeah. Yep. Here's the latest. Crews working to recover body found floating in Cumberland River. Emergency crews are working to recover a body that was reportedly found floating in the Cumberland River. According to Nashville Fire Department, Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency told the Office of Emergency Management that crews saw a body floating down the river right before the Martin Luther King Bridge on Sunday, March 17th. So it sounds like they may have found him.
Yeah.
Poor kid. These kids got to learn to look out for each other, man. You can't be letting your friend freaking wander off wasted. Go find him. I mean, I don't know. It is sad.
It is really, really sad. It happens too often as well.
Doesn't it take a body a few days to float too?
Yeah, yeah, it does.
Yeah. Damn. All right, let's get into Candus Wells. So this is a couple like Jenn and Stephan that have scripted their story, in my opinion. I feel like both of them have scripted their story and they're trying desperately to stick to it.
Mm-hmm.
I think like this in my entire life.
A lot. I know she didn't walk away from this property by herself or off this yard by her swing.
Okay, let's start there. I know she didn't walk off this property by herself. How do you know that, Candus? How do you know? How can she say that? And then she says by her swing. What is she talking about? What happened by her swing?
She always goes back to that swing. Always.
By herself or off this yard by her swing. I feel in my heart that somebody has came up here and took her, has lured her away from here. Me and my mother and her were planting flowers. And we went in after we got done washing our hands, and she got a piece of candy from Grandma, and she wanted to go back over and see her brothers. And I said, okay, and I walked her all the way over to the porch, and I watched her walk into the kitchen where the boys were watching TV. And I told the boys, I said, watch Summer, I'll be back. and within 2 minutes I came back, and I asked the boys where their sister was, and they said, she went downstairs, Mom, to play with her toys in the playroom. I said, okay. And I yelled downstairs for her a couple times, and I didn't get no answer, which was unusual because usually she always answers me. And so I went down there to check, and she was nowhere in sight. She was just gone. I don't go on walks around here or...
She was just gone. Okay.
They all say they're just gone.
Just gone. That was it. Planting flowers. Kung Fu Panda says, the planting flowers narrative is infuriating. Just stop. And Frag says, Candace Greenfinger. So do we believe that they were planting flowers and that she actually washed her hands?
Nope. I also don't believe that she walked Summer back to the house either.
Hey,
And yeah, 2 minutes.
2 minutes, and then she had to ask where she was. Like, okay, I want to go inside and play with my toys. Her toys were in the basement. So why 2 minutes later did she ask where she was? Because she just said she was going inside to play with her toys.
Yep.
So who did she send Summer down in the basement with? This is my question. Who was there with her? And when she went to check, was gone with her? Because I feel like she knew somebody was there. And that person could have left with Summer. Maybe. I don't know.
Yep. I mean, anything is possible.
But to put it on the boys like that, boys, where's your sister? And then all of a sudden she's just gone. That puts a lot on those boys because they were probably playing video games or on YouTube or whatever and not even paying attention to what was going on outside.
But imagine the kind of guilt that they would feel from that as well.
Right. And then to have Josie stand there as if it's his fault that he was like the last one to see her. Shane thinks that she was sold.
Yeah, a lot of people think that.
God, it just makes me sick to think about, but it's possible.
I mean, didn't they talk about that as well?
Yeah.
That could have been what happened.
And, you know, when you think about the Madeline Soto case, which is so disturbing, and the things that were going on with that girl, God knows what was going on with Summer. Annie.
Or runs because I'm scared of the bears and snakes and even the coyotes that are around here. Well, whoever has my daughter, I pray and hope that they have not harmed her and they bring her back to us safe and sound.
Go to the...
So calm. Like someone who takes your daughter is just going to bring her back safe and sound. They just borrowed her to take her to, you know, the fair and ride some rides and get her, you know, some ice cream. And then they're just going to bring her back safe and sound.
It's the way she said it as well. Well, whoever's taken her.
Right. And it's kind of like Maddie's mom. Whoever, you know, Maddie, I hope you're safe. Or I hope you're okay. What? If someone took your daughter, odds are she's not fucking safe. Why aren't you upset? Ugh. Now on to Don. Here's Don holding down the fort with the story.
The FBI, the police, and clear it up. I mean, I don't know. It seems kind of elusive.
It's really strange that I've never seen this truck and I've never heard of it until just recently. But I wish they would come forward and explain themselves. And if you're not a suspect, at least come forward and say what you've seen. She was a tomboy. I shaved my head. She wanted to have her head shaved like me and the boys did.
She tried to shave her head
She tried
in
to
the
shave her
back
head
and make
She tried to shave her head in the back? With what? A razor? Little 5-year-old Summer Wells took a razor to her head? I don't believe that.
She tried
in
to
the
shave her
back
head
and make
herself.
it, I think you can see it in some of the pictures, and it was getting out of control. So we decided to shave her head off and let it grow back long. And
What?
It was getting out of control.
Getting
So
out of
he's
control.
trying to say she tried to shave her head in the back and it was getting out of control, so they decided to shave all of her hair. How does that make any sense whatsoever?
Brush it? How was her
I mean-
hair getting out of control?
I just.
I know some people
mean-
think that, she had lice, but
Yeah. And kids cut their hair all the time, but you don't just take a razor and shave all their hair off.
no. And most kids don't shave their heads. Like little girls might cut their hair. My granddaughter just cut her hair. She's 5. And recently a few months ago, she took the scissors, but a razor?
Mm.
Mm-mm.
she shaved her head so she wouldn't feel bad.
So Candus shaved her head. That's not what Candus just said.
So she wouldn't feel bad.
Look, they just lied. So Candus said, I shaved my hair. The boys shaved their heads, and she wanted hers shaved like ours. Now he's saying a totally different story.
Yes.
That they did it, and Candus did it so Summer wouldn't feel bad.
But it didn't bother her at this point. Well, I knew right away that she was abducted. I knew that right away, and that's what I told him from the beginning. But
How would you know right away?
Because that was the story right away.
How would you know? You're right. I knew right away she was abducted.
they have to go through their, I forget the word.
Investigation.
They have to do one step at a time, I guess. But I'm sorry that they had to spend so many man hours in these woods and everything. I've seen them limping and everything else.
Okay, so this
why
is
are you
interesting.
sorry? Why is he sorry that they spent so much time searching for her in the woods?
Because they know that he knows she's not out there. So this is interesting. So the behavior panel covered this with Soto. And when Soto did not take the help of the people that wanted to organize searches and things like that, they said that typically people that know what happened, they feel guilty for people actually searching and doing things because they know that they're not going to find them. So her hesitation to join a search party with all these people that were contacting her was out of her own guilt.
Mm-hmm.
That she knew it was fruitless.
Yeah.
So he feels bad that all these guys are limping and they're out in this horrible terrain because he knows they're not going to find her out there. That's what I think.
Yeah. Which, and if you really don't know what's happened, you would be wanting them to do that. Like, yes, please, everyone.
Oh my
go out,
God. You'd
search
be
for
like,
her.
I'm so grateful for everything they're doing. They're
And you'd be out there as well. Like, you would not be able to stop me from going to look for my child.
But someone's took her, and I feel so bad for them guys out there. They're all limping and stuff.
Everything else, and I feel for them. But I just wish there was a way that neighbors could search neighbors' houses, and then if they're not willing, get a search warrant or something. But there's just no way you can search every single house, in the eastern United States or whatever.
In the eastern United States? What? Well, this reminds me of when I got on the phone with him and he started talking about the cartel and trafficking children to Mexico. I was like, what? Well, now we got the whole eastern seaboard. We need to check every house.
But I wish there was a way. just thankful for the person or persons that's doing that, you know, out of love,
I
and
appreciate it.
trying to get information and trying to get her found. We thank them from the bottom of our
That
hearts.
means a lot.
And we thank everybody who's trying so hard and praying so hard. And she's an awesome young lady, and we just want her back.
An awesome young lady. Okay. My son has an almost 5-year-old. He would never call her an awesome young lady. That is just weird. Lindsay says, "Oh my God, you spoke to him."
Yeah.
Yeah, I got one of the first interviews with him in early July. It was around the 4th of July, and she went missing June 21st.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Gypsy Witch. If my child was missing, says Echo, I would be out there with a flashlight for 3 days straight.
Mm-hmm. You would, and you wouldn't stop, and you wouldn't want anyone else to stop either. It would be like, I don't care if you're hurting, like, let's find her.
Mm-hmm. It's so out of place.
There's absolutely no way you would just be saying, nope, she's been taken by someone. You'd be like, no, don't have that one-track mind. Let's think about everything. Ugh, it's frustrating.
And you'd be asking for dogs to help sniff her out, and everything. You know, the last thing you would even want to consider is that she was taken. I
Yeah.
agree.
Yep.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. If you guys haven't hit that like, now's a good time to do it.
But, yeah, there's always going to be haters, you know, and you know, it's always going to be that way in this world, and we just want to focus on the good friends and Christian people that are trying to help us and praying for us and praying for Summer. And we thank them from the bottom of our hearts, and that's the kind of people we try to relate with and socialize with. So we don't know anything about, you know, no red truck, or we hardly know many of our neighbors. I mean, because we just try to be around good people. I mean, and we do have good people in this area. We found out since this has all happened. We got some real good neighbors and good folks everywhere. But
The most important thing is to bring Summer home safe. I'm sorry that you feel this way about us, but we love our children with everything we have. We've never went without, thanks to Summer's daddy and my husband. He's always provided for us and has worked as much as he could and can and still is. And I'm sorry that you guys feel that way, but that's my baby, and nobody would ever treat her like that as long as I was around, ever.
she loves to dance.
Wait, treat her like what? I missed something.
Well, they're talking about haters, aren't they? And I think it's really sad as well that in this they're focusing on haters. Like, who are they talking about?
Who's the
People don't want
haters?
answers. Who's hating? I don't think anyone was hating. People were just wanting to know what happened.
We're
And so they
asking
say, well,
questions. Mhm.
yeah, asking questions that they're not comfortable with them asking. And so they say, well, there's good people that we like to surround ourselves with. They don't want to hear about the questions. They're just haters. I mean, who even uses those words? That's like an online kind of thing. And that's what they're thinking about while their daughter's missing.
The haters.
She would always want me. She says, "Daddy, hold my hand so I can twirl," and she would just like to twirl and twirl and twirl until my arm got tired, you know. But and you know, I put out there that one of Summer's favorite songs was Godzilla, and they say, you know, and they're jumping all over me about past tense was, you know. Well, I'm sorry about that. It's just,
She also liked the song by New Breed. It was called House. My House.
Okay, well, where did that come from?
With the was stuff.
She liked the song called My House.
Mm.
I mean, what does that have to do with anything?
I think she was still on the bit where they're talking about stuff that she liked.
Wait, hold on. I want to read this comment. I thought it was funny the way he said it makes it sound like everyone that drives a red truck isn't a good person. Yep, the past tense. Ooh, yeah. Davy Jones. Maybe she wasn't so much for sale as she was for rent.
She sung that a lot of times when I play it on the TV. She loved to dance.
she liked to think of herself as a princess and, you know, and all that like all young girls do. And
She loved Frozen. She loved to be that Elsa and
I think she really loved to be in church because she felt a lot of love there. And I think you can't explain what that love is, but you feel it and you know it, you know, when you're young. And she felt that there, and she loved everybody in that church. Or she loves everybody in that church. I should rephrase that because they'll tear that apart as past tense, and I apologize again for that. I hope she gets to come home, you know, and I hope she gets to be with our church family again.
our best friend in that church was Robin. She loved her to death.
Yeah, she looked up to
When
women that were...
she come to that church, she went looking for Robin. That was her favorite person.
Any woman that was professional, that
was pretty,
yeah,
beautiful.
she looked up to those kind of women. She, you know, they were the word I'm looking for, I can't think of it, but she looked up to them. She'd give them a run for their money every day. She'd give them a run for their money, and there was times, you know, we'd be, you know, at our boys like, don't do this and don't do that. And next thing you know, a stick would come up and just whop them, you know, and it'd be like, Summer, don't do that.
Summer was the boss of the family.
She typical girl.
When they get out of line, she'd put them in line.
She'd do her best.
Typical girl.
She loved to play in the mud and the water and swing on her swing and enjoy dirt.
She loved and she enjoyed. Listen to her.
Behind me, when the boys run their bikes around, she, as fast as that little bike could go, she would be behind them running and keeping up with them, no problem. You know, she loved to run.
Loved.
She just loved to run, and she could pull herself up on that swing, her full body weight with her two hands, and she could do that. None of the other boys can do that, but she can.
The fuck? So weird.
No, she's going this year.
This was supposed to be her first year of
She's been,
kindergarten.
we did all the, what?
I took care of everything.
Yeah.
I had her already took on all of her shots and registered in the school for ready for this year.
I just never expected for anyone to get a hold of my heart like she has, because I try to guard my heart as much as I can, but she holds my heart in her little hands, and I love her with all my heart.
Why is he shaking his head no?
Mm-hmm.
I'd do anything to have her back. If there's any way, if you can find it in your heart to please release her somehow, I don't know how you might do that. I mean, 'cause you're probably scared of going to prison for the rest of your life and everything else, I'm sure. But please.
Oh, you're probably scared of going to prison for the rest of your life? Is that you, Don? Come on.
Find it in your heart, have mercy, and find a way of letting her go and where we can get her back. And just please have mercy on her and, you know, and us and her brothers. And she's such a loving, good spirit. Please, please don't hurt her. Please let her come home. That she's, my biggest fear is, you know, her being tormented or locked in a dungeon or basement or something.
A basement.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly where she had her frickin' room.
Yep, where she slept. In a dark basement.
Because she loved to be outside all the time. That was her, unfortunately, her, you know, her downfall. 'Cause a lot of times the boys would be inside and we'd be like, "Where's Summer? Why'd you leave her out there alone? You know, go get Summer now." You know, and that's happened over and over again. And we'd come out and she would always be close by, but we was always coming up. She had to be outside. She was an outdoor person. And
She loved to be outside.
Yeah.
Outdoor person? She's 5.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I'm so afraid that she's locked away. She's such a loving heart and everything, and I'm afraid that she won't be able to, you know, I'm locked away where she can't be outside or play with a puppy or anything, love nature, you know, and that's my greatest fear, that she's not able to do any of these things anymore, or that she could possibly, you know, I don't want to think she's dead, but it's a possibility.
I can't believe he even said that.
Look at her
I can't
face.
believe he even went
she
there.
Can't,
Yeah.
She can't believe it either. She's like, "What did you just say?"
Yeah.
And he's like, "We tell the boys it happened all the time. Go get Summer. Go get Summer."
That's really sad as well. He's putting it on them again. Like, he's literally like, it happened time and time again. They'd leave her outside and we'd say, "Where's Summer?" Like, why are you doing that to your kids?
Lazy
It's
drug
not their
users.
fault. Like, literally, go and get Summer yourself.
Right, you're the parents.
Yeah. It's their responsibility.
Uh-huh. Look at her face when she's like, "I can't believe you just said she's the D word."
You know, I don't want to think she's dead, but it's a possibility. I don't want to address all the negativity. I just want to focus on the positive,
And find her
because
daughter.
it's so easy to get, you know, lost in that negativity and stuff, and it's just not worth it. So I'm just, I appreciate y'all, the good things you say, and your prayers. That's awesome.
When my sister came missing,
won't
I
invite
was
you.
in between Arkansas and Tennessee. I don't know all of what happened or what did happen, but I hope that they find her too and bring her home safely too.
But yeah, there's nothing. I mean, she disappeared without a trace. They haven't found anything, haven't found a body, nothing. And
She disappeared without a trace. They haven't found anything. They haven't found a body.
Mm-hmm.
So now he's said dead and body within the last 2 minutes.
And, you know, when you see cases like that, that's why I lose hope on Summer. You know, I want to keep hope, but sometimes I lose hope.
Lose it.
And,
Parents never lose hope.
Not at all.
Parents that are missing children never lose hope. Look at Michael Vaughn's mother.
Yep.
She has never said, "Well, you know, I hate to think the worst. He's probably dead." Come on.
No.
Why weren't they ever arrested? Jenny, I don't know. It boggles my mind.
I think, well, maybe we won't never see her again, you know. So I start thinking in past tense. Sorry.
Oh my God, he's making excuses for the reason he's saying it.
All that.
He's so aware through the whole thing about
totally
being
aware.
talking in past tense, and every time he catches himself saying it. He's like, "Oh, I'm sorry. Like, I can't help saying that." Like, you know what you're doing. He knows to be
Mhm.
aware of the fact that he shouldn't be talking in past tense. So he's prepared himself to not talk in past tense,
But he
but
can't help
he
himself.
can't stop doing it.
Mhm. Okay, here's this one that I've never seen. I don't know anything about this case. I only know that the 2 little boys were missing. So this one, I found it interesting because they're wearing masks. So was
But
this during COVID?
yeah, it
Yeah.
was COVID time. It was 2020.
But I mean, he's got himself all, nestled in like Watts, the comforting, and then she's got the swaying.
Yep.
Let's watch.
Yep.
Just
Through the
wanna
whole
thank
thing, he's
everyone in the
holding himself.
community for
Yes,
all the
hard,
support
tight.
we've seen. We've felt so helpless.
Yep.
And seeing everybody out here really looking and helping out really means a lot.
So, tell us what happened the night the kids went missing.
Okay. From our yard.
He's like, okay, this
It was
is where I
cold.
start my story.
I was gonna make a fire. There's a lot of wood in this area right here next to our house. I opened up the back gate. I'm throwing wood, bringing it inside the house. My wife's inside. She was actually wrapping gifts, so we thought it was a good idea that our youngest two would go outside and play with chalk on the back patio. Do not let them go on the dirt in the backyard. We keep them close. So I was playing with chalk, and I came in the house. I saw them there. I went in the house. I came back out. I didn't see them there. I immediately went back in, asked my wife, "Did you see the boys?" She said, "No, they should be outside playing with chalk." I said,
You don't
"Well,
hold account.
I didn't see them, so I came back outside and I started searching my backyard. I searched the whole thing. I realized that I left the gate open, and I panicked, came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. Once that didn't pan out, I got in the van. I looked down the street, most directions. It was getting dark, getting cold, and I got in the van and I hit a bunch of corners. I went down this street. I turned my light on. I searched. I called their names. Talked to a gentleman on the street on the other side over there. He didn't see me. So then I came home and I told my wife we need to call the cops. It's getting dark and I need help. We gotta get going. So I called the cops. Cops came. First thing they did was tell us to stay in the house so they can get a hold of us. And they had us just sitting there, and we wanted to keep searching. But everybody came out in droves, and I wanted to thank you guys that night, but we couldn't go outside.
The cops told us the best are out here.
The best are out here searching, and we appreciate it, and nobody ever could tell, we could never talk to anybody, and that was the issue.
We just want to thank everybody.
We really want to
And,
thank you guys.
Please, if anybody has seen them, please call, let somebody know.
It called the cops, call the city police department. Call them and let them know what you've seen, if you see anything. Our boys, they are going to be rambunctious, okay? They are going to be here in this area. And I really would like to go in the houses, but it's not because I want to invade people's privacy. I just want to know if make sure. That's it. Because I don't. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. If you got any questions.
Oh no, you're good.
Oh, okay.
I was just gonna say, this is the first time we're hearing from you guys, and I can't imagine what you guys are going through. I can't even fathom it. For you guys, for people who are thinking that there's some kind of foul play involved. We just spoke to the biological mother. She says she had a conversation with you guys, and that she thinks there's some kind of foul play involved. That she thinks you guys did something.
Okay, so this is stepmom and dad?
And they're adoptive parents. They adopted them.
These two adopted?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Were they fostering?
They had a load of other kids. I don't know if they were fostering.
That's
but yeah,
disturbing.
they adopted these two.
How do people like this adopt?
I don't know.
Are they in
I
jail?
have to yeah, they are. They got found guilty.
Oh, they were
So the boy,
tried.
yeah, the boys were never found. And they were found guilty of second-degree murder and involuntary manslaughter
With no body.
with no bodies. You know what's interesting about him though is he is literally talking in bullet points the whole way through.
So, and when this interview took place, how long had these boys been missing?
It was 2 days. That says December 23, doesn't it? Is that
Yes.
December 23?
Mhm.
Yeah,
Mhm.
2 days.
So they went missing on the 21st of December, 4 days before Christmas?
Yep. So they said that she was inside wrapping presents and stuff, and he was outside with the boys, and he was getting firewood and stuff from outside their back gate. And that they were out there with some chalk and stuff, and he was going in and out the gate, and he left the gate open, and they disappeared.
2 of them?
2 of
How
them.
old were they?
3 and 4.
Yeah, they're going to get real far.
Yep. And he says that they're going to be around in this area somewhere, and she says they're not going to be in this area. So they couldn't even keep their story straight.
So someone said they had 5 children, and that was where their income was coming from, was from the children. They didn't have any other jobs and no other income. They were just living off of these children.
See, how can that be allowed to happen?
Yeah, no, I never followed this case. I'm not going to lie. I did see, I've heard about the West Boys, of course, and I've seen videos, but I never followed it. So I didn't know the story. I didn't even know they went to trial. Was it televised or no?
I'm not sure. I didn't watch any of it. I just knew that it was happening.
Yeah, it's amazing when you see these couples stick together with their stories.
Mm-hmm.
Sickening.
And that's understandable.
What's your response to that?
That's understandable. I would think the same thing.
Yep.
I mean, that's exactly the point. And if we can find our babies, then guess what? That's no. And that's all I want is to find our babies. That's it. And I talked to her this morning, and I really wanted to tell her that I am completely sorry because we were entrusted with her children, and they came to us, and they became our children. And we named them, and they are our children, and so we want them back. So please, if y'all could get back on what you guys are doing, we should be able to get a hold of somebody, but they took all of our tech, so they wanted to, I guess, just rule us out, which makes sense. That's part of the investigation. So that's pretty much it.
Have you guys, you talked to the police all last night?
Yes.
So you guys willfully gave them your
Everything.
technology?
Yes.
The car?
Yes.
How did they get a search warrant? Did you guys?
I don't see why they got one, but they got one.
Yeah,
we would have let them take
need one,
anything.
but-
We would have let them take everything. We let them come in and search with us. We asked them to come do that.
What did they take?
Just tech. And that's it. Like our phones.
From the house, though, did they?
So that was what must have got him, right? Were they able to track him, I wonder, by his phone to see where he went that night?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't remember all the details and stuff.
Maybe the other kids told on them. Because where were the other kids? Inside? Well, they were charged with having the other kids lie for them. I wonder if that's what the Wells were doing with the boys.
Yeah.
Danielle said they believe they killed them at the house. Awful. It's kind of like what Scott Peterson said too about the curtains. He's like, I wish they would have been open because maybe someone could have seen something and stopped it. Because someone was going to see Lacey getting killed through the window, right? One of their biological children described the night one of the boys died. Oh my God.
Jeez.
Yeah, did he do a factory reset too on his tech? What losers. Look at her. Looking all distraught. And he's staying on his script, keeping his story straight, and he even looks directly at the camera.
Oh, well, I guess, should I answer that? Or?
Answer it to us, yeah.
Okay. So, into the, okay.
I think she's looking nervous and stuff because
I see.
some of the biological
Yeah,
family
we-
are there.
Seriously.
Oh, the biological family arrived.
And
Look at
start
him.
talking
He's
to them.
staring in my soul. He's staring in my soul. Yeah, the biological family, I think, chimes in at the end. I didn't know who that was, but someone's giving him hell at the end.
Felt like we needed to be out here. We did. Again, we were told the best are out here looking already. Just to stay put, they have more questions. There was literally a cop with us the whole time in there.
He had sitting down. We would ask, can we go help? They had to sit
Said
down.
nope.
He said, no, we got the best out there.
So
we
it's
need
not-
you guys here in case we have more questions.
I don't want you guys thinking we
don't.
didn't try. We actually
We
looked
tried.
before we called
We
the
looked,
police.
yes.
And I imagine the mind-boggling part is the search for information. What happened? Where are they?
Yes.
Et cetera, et cetera.
And we're, yeah.
And just so we are able to present the information correctly, at what time did you guys notice your kids went missing, and at what time were they reported missing to the police?
It's about, I believe, I think it was about 4:30, going on 5. It was getting dark, like I said.
5-ish.
5-ish. That's about it. That's when everything played out.
And then when did you guys call the
Everything
police
played
to
out?
report them missing?
After we searched
Yeah.
a little bit around here, it was dark, so we definitely we got worried.
Would you say it was maybe within an hour, a couple hours?
No, it was within minutes of us getting finished with our search. It was within minutes.
Minutes?
What do you guys want people at home to understand about this situation? For them, you know, even speaking about what you guys are feeling is difficult. What do you want them at home to understand about this whole situation?
We're going through it. It's difficult. I mean, everybody's making their own their own conclusions. They don't know anything. We're not sure like everything. We're not sure. We said what we knew, and if anybody has seen them or anything, please call the police department.
Would you be willing to provide pictures, or do you have any?
I have older pictures. All my newest were on my phone.
Okay.
A lot of people are speaking of this as, you know, after the math, past tense. I want to talk about your kids in present tense. What kind of boys are these? Tell us about the boys.
Very playful, very rambunctious, and they do love to wrestle. They do love to kind of get rough with each
They're
other.
kids.
They're kids. Of course, they would love to go out, but so during the pandemic, we weren't trying to go, you know, out here. And so we stayed inside.
What? These kids were 3 and 4 and they're beating the shit out of each other? Come on. Rambunctious. What? They couldn't handle the kids? They had too many?
Yes, we did. We searched before we called the cops. That's what we were saying.
What time did they come up missing?
They came missing right before it got dark. And then we called. I searched the property. I even drove around this neighborhood right here. I even talked to a gentleman on that side, one of those streets over there. I said, "Did you see some little black kids?" And
that way looking for them?
That's the way I was gonna come. But when I came back home, I decided to call the cops because it was dark. They couldn't have got away that fast.
And why did it take 2 people to go in the house and leave 2 kids out here by themselves? It should have been 1 parent going in and 1 parent right here watching the child, not 2 parents going in the house and leaving 2 little kids out here by themselves for 10 minutes.
No, they were in the backyard. and the
So
back
how did
gate
they
was
get
open.
out the backyard?
And the back gate was open, and I was getting wood
So
from
you
this
guys
lot
was
here.
being unresponsible and left the gate open.
La,
left
la,
two little kids
la,
outside
la,
with the
la.
gate
You don't
open.
hold account.
All right. Sorry, you guys were talking about your boys who you're, I understand. For a mother's intuition, I know you were saying, and we'll get your names after this, but you were saying how you feel like they're in this area. Do you feel the same way? And what is the intuition? What is the sense you get? What do you think happened to your boys? Do you think someone took them? Do you think they're lost? Do you think?
Yeah, definitely. I definitely know they're not walking around. They're not that kind. They do not just roam around. These patches. They definitely, I think definitely would have been picked up or something.
That was my assumption.
Have they ever taken off of the yard
Nope.
before?
No.
Nope.
They've never taken off?
No.
So they never found those boys. All right. So remember what he said about them being rambunctious? I want to show you guys something. When they say, tell us about your girls, I think this is it.
Did you see your wife when she got home?
She got home really late, about 2 a.m. from the airport when she got back from Arizona.
Did you wake up and say,
No, I saw her when she got in, but it was really quick.
I saw her when she got in. It was real quick. Okay, we're gonna watch this whole thing because I can pick this shit apart. Potato, are you back?
I'm back. Yeah, sorry.
I'm gonna go grab a pop real quick.
Okay.
So if you want to talk about the West boys, because I don't know much about them, I'll be right back.
Well, the charges, I guess. I don't really know much about it because I didn't really follow it. I do have the charges. Oh,
there's a lizard.
hello. What the heck? A lizard?
There's a freaking iguana in here, or one of those lizards. Hold on. Oh my god, it's on my computer. Hold on. I'm gonna get a picture of it. Chad! Oh my god.
A lizard. At least it's not a frog.
Hold on, no, it's not a frog, but it was on my doorknob. I'm gonna show you. I gotta catch this thing. Hold on. Good lord. Chad, there's a lizard in here and I can't.
A lizard.
Where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Hold on. Come on in here. Go in the cup. Oh, Jesus. Dude, I can't sit here and be comfortable. No. It's right behind my monitor. It's just chilling, staring at me behind my monitor. No, it's scary. It's just staring at me. Oh my god. Look. There it is.
Oh my god, it's quite big.
Right, and it's just staring at me. It won't move.
How are you going to get that in a cup? It's so big.
Stop it. He's staring at me. Go away. Hold on, we have a little brief intermission here because I got to get this lizard. I don't have a cup. Oh, yeah, I do. It's not going to run in the cup. It goes away from the cup.
I think you should put the camera on so you can watch.
Oh, you want to watch?
I want to watch you try catch this lizard in a cup.
No way. All right, whatever. I guess I'm just going to live with it. Damn it.
It's your pet now. We should name him.
All right, let me get my pop.
That's it. Now he's staying.
Okay, I'm back.
Is it still there?
Yeah, it's still here. He's right here. Yeah, he's there. Okay, I guess I'll turn my camera on so you guys can laugh at me. It's a good luck charm, says Myron. Okay, I'll go with it. I mean, I don't mind them outside, but in front of me, it's like staring at me.
It's probably looking at you like,
Why
what is
are
your
you
problem?
scared? Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed, but oh my gosh. Here, I'll show you guys another picture. It's cute if it's outside. But so I went to go open the door and it was on the doorknob.
Did you touch it?
No, I was touching around. I saw it and I went, oh, because I didn't know what it was. And then it moved and I was able to open the door. And then it went on my backpack that was hanging on the doorknob. So I took the backpack off and I was going to toss it outside, but then it jumped. And that's when you heard me scream. Christ on a cracker. Okay. Here is another picture of my friend. He's still sitting right in the same spot. Just like this. Looking at me with side eye. This is my current situation. This is my current situation. It's not moving and it's just staring at me.
He's your little St. Patrick's Day lucky charm.
La 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 la. You don't hold a count.
If you say so. He's still in the same spot. I guess we'll just keep moving. Oh dear God. Okay. Like I said, I love these little guys outside, but inside, not so much. Okay. It's cute. It's big. Oh God, he's looking at me with both eyes. He knows I'm talking about him. Oh my God. He's here to snark on the liars too. Angie B says I'd shit myself. Okay, I'm so sorry, guys. That was not expected. Okay, let's move in to Chris Watts. So what I was saying is how they were saying those boys were rambunctious. And if he jumps on me, you get the best show ever today. When he said that they were rambunctious, which tells me like they couldn't handle him. Chris says the same thing about Cece.
Yes.
In this interview, and he compares Cece to Shanann. Just moved. So let's watch this. Let me close this picture. I can't look at it anymore. Okay. So this is the pre-porch interview. This is where he's in the driveway.
It's the most important thing. Like, I'm not sure. I'll just wait for you to ask a question. But like, I want them wherever they're at. Like, I have no inclination of where they're at right now. Like, I've exhausted like every friend that I know of, and every friend that I have has called friends that Shanann has that maybe I didn't know about, and it's just like it's vanished. Like, she's not. Like, when I got home yesterday, it was like a ghost town. Like, she wasn't here. Kids weren't here. I have no idea like where they went, and it's just earth shattering. I don't feel like this is even real right now. It's like a nightmare that I just can't wake up from.
Chris, when did you learn that they weren't here?
Like I texted her a few times and called her. I didn't get a response, which that was a little off. And then her friend Nicole showed up about a little afternoon. I could see it on the doorbell camera. And I was like, hey, what's going on? She's like, I can't get a hold of Shanann. And that's when I was just like, all right, something's not right. If she's not answering the door, and she said the car was here, it's like, I gotta go home. And we got here, got inside, and nobody was here. Nothing.
Nobody.
So I read that Shanann hadn't taken the girls to school, which was unusual.
Yeah, because like Bella was gonna start kindergarten next Monday, and they were just getting ready to start back again.
And so what kind of, so you kind of tipped you off at some point.
The way he sucks his lips in, like it's so obvious.
Yep. That's exactly the same thing as what Jenn Soto does.
Yeah. Oh, him and Jenn Soto are a lot alike in their interviews.
What kind of, so your friend Nicole kind of tipped you off at something.
You're that
'cause, like,
swallow?
She was here at the front door, and that's when I kind of knew, okay, like if she's not answering anybody else either, this isn't like her, because I mean she works at direct sales business, and that's what she does, and for her not to respond to any of her people, that I mean if she doesn't respond to me, that's fine. I mean like she's busy, she's got stuff going on, but not to respond to her people though, that was not like her.
Chris, you've got a beautiful family, you know, and it looks like you all love each other very much. What went through your mind the minute kind of you're like something's wrong?
Like I was trying to get home as fast as I can. I was blowing through stoplights. I was blowing through everything, just trying to get home as fast as I can, because none of this made sense. Like,
we know he was lying. He wasn't rushing home. It took him forever. They had to keep calling him and saying, "Where are you?" Well, I was rushing home. I was blowing through stop signs. I was doing everything I could. And he's smiling because he knows he's lying.
if she wasn't here, like, where did she go? Like, once I got here, it was like, all right, who can I call? Who do I know that she could be with right now? If she went to a friend's house, where could she be staying? And we went through everybody. I mean, just everything in my contact list and her friend's contact list.
See, he's exhausted every effort. There is not much more he can do, because he's called everybody in the contact list and her contact list. And then it's like Jenn Soto. We've went everywhere she could possibly have gone. We've exhausted every effort. They're looking in the woods. They're not going to find anything there. These people make me sick.
And nothing has come up. Everybody has said, like, they haven't heard from her either. I'm just hoping right now that she's somewhere safe, and maybe she's there. But right now it's just like,
and maybe she's there. Maybe she's where? She's rambling. And maybe she's just there. Okay.
if she's vanished, like, I want her back so bad.
If she's
That
vanished. God. I know. If she's vanished, I want her back so bad.
His face.
I know
He
it.
cannot stop himself from laughing.
I want those kids back so bad.
You know, I wanted to ask you a little bit about the hard part. Your first thought is, where are they? I want them back. Your second thought is, you know, your friends were telling us, and we kind of heard me a little on the phone. You're also, your second thought is that you're afraid people think you may have done something.
Yeah, I mean, nothing. Everybody's gonna have their own opinion on anything like this. I just want people to know that I want my family back. Like, I want them safe, and I want them here. Like, this house is not the same. I mean, last night was traumatic. Last night was, I can't really stay in this house again, like, with nobody here. And last night I wanted that knock on the door. I wanted to see this kid just run in, just barrel rush me and just give me a hug and knock me on the ground. But that didn't happen.
Where are you gonna stay with tonight?
He's distanced himself from them as well.
What's that?
He's distanced himself from them in this interview. He says he can't be there without nobody there. And he just wants those kids to come back and
Oh, yeah. Yep. Those kids, those girls.
Can't be here without anybody here. Doesn't say my wife, my kids. Doesn't call them by their names.
And watch when he actually says Shanann's name. He says it real fast and kind of like he doesn't want to say it, but he just kind of gets it out like Shanann.
Who are you going to stay with tonight?
Probably my friends Nick and Amanda. Unless something develops in the next hours or so, like I'm hoping that somebody sees something or somebody knows something and comes forward.
What's the hardest part of all of this for you?
Not knowing, like if they're safe or if they're in trouble. Like there's just that variable. Like I'm not sure. I mean, I can't do anything right now from where I'm at. Like I'm not sure if they're safe somewhere, just huddled up somewhere, or
huddled up somewhere. Who would even say that? I don't know if they're just huddled up somewhere.
if they're in trouble, and knowing that if they could be in trouble, it just it's earth-shattering right now, and it doesn't feel like it's real.
The weird part of all this, it sounds like everything's kind of locked up. There's no signs of them leaving the house.
No, like we have camera there. Neighbor has a camera. Everything was.
Watch this.
Everything's checked out.
Smile before he said that.
Everything's checked out.
And he has a little grin just before he says it.
Yep. We got a camera there, the Ring doorbell. We got a cam. My neighbor's got a camera over there. I'll wait for it.
Do you have a camera, you said?
A doorbell. Only right there. The neighbor has one over there.
Were all the doors around the house locked?
Front door was locked. The garage door was unlocked, but that's normal for, like, when she comes in the house, she leaves it unlocked just so she can come in and out just in case, to get in the garage door, but the back sliding door was locked as well.
So
back sliding door was locked as well, but he shook his head no. You see that? Watch this. The back sliding door was locked as well. Now, let me tell you, I listened to Nicole's NK Kessinger's interviews again. And they asked her, what door did you use? Because she says, I went to their house twice. What door did you use? She couldn't fucking remember. Okay. She couldn't remember. So then they said, well, do you remember him having a keypad? And she said, no. She said she went in the front door and she didn't notice a keypad. Okay. Then you're going to hear him say, there's no cameras in the back. I don't want to throw anything out there. But someone could have, parked back there and took her.
Getting the garage door, but the back sliding door was locked as well.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't, because you let NK come in that back sliding door, didn't you? Didn't you? I think he did.
Well, when he says it, he's shaking his head and he also blinks rapidly.
Yes, the back sliding door was locked as well. Shakes his head no. Then the investigator asked NK, did you go through the garage? And she was like, I think once.
Yep.
Did you get in the garage door, but the back sliding door was locked as well.
So how would she have left the house if she did leave the house? Or anybody?
I don't want to put anything out there, like just suspecting, like if something like somebody pulled in the back, and because we have a driveway back there from the new townhomes, but it's so hard to tell. Like there's no cameras in the backyard or anything like that, so
see?
It's really hard to even suspect anything right now as far as how she could have left.
It's really hard to suspect anything right now because there's no cameras back there.
Yep.
Or if someone came picked her up, or if somebody took her.
Meanwhile, today's reality, you've got cops there, cops here, cops in your house, K-9 units.
I've never seen something like this in my lifetime unless it was on TV or a movie, and this doesn't seem real at all. It just seems like I'm living in a nightmare and I can't get out of it. I just want them home so bad.
Did you see your kids and your wife whenever, or you had the kids, I forgot.
Yeah, I had the kids over the weekend.
Did you see your wife when she got home?
She got home really late, about 2 a.m. from the airport when she got back from Arizona.
So there's some truth, right? He's shaking his head yes. We know she got home late. Now watch this.
Did you wake up
No, I saw her when she got in, but it was really quick.
It was really quick. I saw her when she got in. It was really quick. But then he says, oh, the reason I say it's really quick, he gives an excuse for it.
She got home really late, about 2 a.m. from the airport when she got back from Arizona.
Did you wake up and say, you know?
No, I saw her when she got in, but it was really quick just because it was 2 a.m. in the morning. But I saw the kids in the monitor before I left, and that was it.
Right there. I saw the kids in the monitor before I left, and that was it.
I saw her when she got in, but it was really quick just because it was 2 a.m. in the morning. But I saw the kids in the monitor before I left, and that was it.
What kind of efforts are happening right now, Chris, to find them?
Right now in Frederick Police Department, they've been on point. With the officers, detectives, sergeants, K9 units here, they're getting sense. So hopefully they can pick up something and kind of go in a direction that will actually lead us to where maybe they're at right now.
And
Okay. Did you see that?
Touch his head.
Yes. So that's the first time he touches his head. Okay. See where they're at right now, and he touches the top of his head. We know where he put his girls, in the oil tanks. And he probably had to put them in head first, I would imagine. I mean, not to be gross, but you would have to put them head first. Right?
I don't know.
I mean, how are you going to put them feet first in that little asshole? You're not. You're going to put them head first, and you're going to push them down in. And I hate to say it, but this is what this monster did. This is what he did.
Mm-hmm.
He did that. He admits he did that. So this isn't something that he is denying. He admits to putting their bodies in separate oil tanks. And when he talks about where they are, he touches his head. Why?
Kind of go in a direction that will actually lead us to where maybe they're at right now.
And
I mean, what made him reach and touch his head? What? I mean, that was weird. Is it
And
not?
to start with, it looked like he'd like wafted something away, but he's actually stroking the top of his head.
Yes, why?
K9 units here, they're getting sense. So hopefully they can pick up something and kind of go in a direction that will actually lead us to where maybe they're at right now.
And
Shanann went to.
Where'd you get that shirt?
Oh, this is I think she got it off Amazon, but this is my favorite college sports team.
Wasn't she just there?
She was just in North Carolina. Yep. So she actually probably got it from there. Usually she gets stuff from Amazon, but this one, I like these shirts a lot.
you love your friends. Describe your little girls to us.
Here we go.
So it's Celeste, she's
See,
just a ball of
so
energy.
when he's talking about his
called
shirt, he
Rampage, 'cause
relaxes.
she's like,
They
ask him about his shirt. So that's a question that he's not expecting them to ask. And look at him, he gets more like animated, he's relaxed, his arms go down. And then as soon as they start asking about the girls, he hugs himself again.
Right. So they changed his train of thought to something mundane, like his shirt, and he relaxed, and then he instantly grips himself again.
Yep.
Shanann went to. Where'd you get that shirt?
oh, this is I think she got it off Amazon, but this is my favorite college sports team.
Wasn't she just there?
She was just in North Carolina. Yep. So she actually probably got it from there. Usually she gets stuff from Amazon, but this one, I like these shirts a lot.
A lot.
You guys, you love your friends. Describe your little girls to us, and
So it's Celeste, she's
straight
just a
back
ball of
up.
energy.
Oh yeah, straight back up to comforting himself, right?
Uh-huh.
So this part bothers me. Listen how he talks about the girls.
Energy. She's called her Rampage because she's just always, she's got two speeds, go or she's sleeping. And she's always a troublemaker. She's always the one like jumping off things, just yelling at you and all kinds of things. And
She's rampage. She's a troublemaker. She's yelling at you and jumping off things.
Yep.
And he doesn't say it like it's cute.
Well, they're kind of negative things, aren't they? They're not really positive.
Kind of like Jenn Soto. You know, she's forgetful.
Yep.
Kind of like that guy. Oh, they're rambunctious.
Bella, she's the more calm, cautious, mothering type, and she's more like me. She's more calm.
Smiles. She's more like me. She's more calm. So I know we heard that Bella had fought a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting to me that Bella's the more calm one, more like him. But Cece's the rambunctious one.
Yep.
And according to him, Cece just sat there and let him do what he did.
Mm-hmm.
Do you believe that? I don't believe that.
No. I think that he found it more difficult to do it to Bella.
Sick.
But Celeste has definitely got her mom's personality to where she's always just gung-ho, ready to go.
Gung-ho, ready to go.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this is where he says, you got a baby on the way. Watch his face. Just like Peterson, you haven't talked about your son. And then he gets this dead stare, right? Scott Peterson. Now watch this. You have a baby on the way.
And she's more like me. She's more calm. But Celeste has definitely got her mom's personality to where she's always just gung-ho, ready to go.
You guys have a baby on the way.
Mm-hmm.
You're about to have a third child.
Mm-hmm.
Is that kind of going through your mind right now too?
That's why I want everybody back. That's why I need everybody back here. I need everybody safe.
So why did their Ring doorbell go off at the end like that?
How does it feel
Whoops.
when not
With the officers, detectives.
Did you hear their Ring doorbell go off at the end?
Yeah.
Who's doing that, I wonder? Yeah, he gives out compliments like Jenn Soto. Bustamoo says he probably didn't expect Bella to fight like that. No, he doesn't want to talk about the baby at all. At all. And neither did Peterson.
No, exactly the same kind of reaction. Staring.
All right, so hang on. I've got one more. We've learned a lot since the Watts interview.
Mm-hmm.
Following cases all these years, you know?
Yeah, you do definitely start to see similarities between the
right
media interviews and stuff.
Like, we're not professionals in body language, but, you know, if you're observant, you can pick up on, you know, the same mannerisms. They don't really change too much with these people.
Nope.
So we're going to watch her again, but because she's so much like Watts.
So the first question is if I can have your first, your last name, and spell them both out for me.
Okay. Jennifer Soto, JENNIFER SOTO.
Mother.
Mother.
Jennifer, tell me how you feeling right now.
I feel like I can't breathe. All I keep thinking about is, where is she? Is she safe? Is she okay? But we're all a wreck. My entire family is a mess. We're just so worried.
When did you first realize, or when did you file a missing report?
We filed a missing report. We called the police at like 4:45 yesterday, 4:45 p.m. But she actually went missing early that morning, around between 8:45 and 9 o'clock in the morning. She went missing. We had dropped her off close to the school. She wanted to walk the rest of the way. Sorry.
Coda. She thinks that's so cute.
Sorry about that. We dropped her off at school, close to school.
Straight back into the script, man.
She wanted to walk the rest of the way.
Straight back into it. And Dana
Yeah.
Nelson just said something interesting. I feel the can't breathe is a clue to what happened potentially, as in the manner of death.
Yeah.
I didn't even think about that. I'm sorry, what were you
Yeah.
going to say? She goes right back into it?
Yeah, see, this is why her interview reminded me of the West's, because before they start talking about what had happened, he like takes a breath and he's like, okay, let's get into character.
Mm-hmm.
And then he starts talking, and she does exactly the same thing. She takes a breath, and then her voice gets
Yes.
really quiet, and she tries to sound sad, and she says, "I feel like I can't breathe."
But
And
she's
then the
breathing
cat feeder
fine.
goes off.
But
Yeah.
she's breathing fine.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Her breathing
And then
is fine.
the cat feeder goes off, and then she snaps out of that character that she's in, and she thinks it's kind of funny that this is interrupted. Oh, I'm so sorry. And then take another breath when it stops, straight back into the script again.
Mm-hmm.
She goes back into that character that she's been practicing in her head. And it's
Do
so
you think that
obvious.
Stephan set that thing off? Or do you think it was just a thing that interrupted her?
No idea. Could be either.
If he interrupted her, she sits there and she thinks, like you said, and then takes that deep breath again, and she's like, we dropped her off at school, and then she gets stuck again.
Yep.
And she says, I don't know what I'm allowed to share. Dude, your
Yep.
kid's
Wait.
missing. You could share everything. What do you mean?
Uh-huh.
There's no secrets here.
Yeah. That is weird.
Yeah, we're pretty much sure that that's him recorded on that pet feeder.
Although I kind of think that because her brain process was interrupted by that cat feeder thing, that she'd forgotten the stuff that she was supposed to be saying
Mm-hmm.
because it had interrupted her process of thinking. It's a bit like when you're reading a presentation or something, you get interrupted. You kind of have to rethink about what you've already just said to make sure that you're saying the right things, and she just forgot it.
Right. But she shouldn't even be following a script.
Exactly.
This should be all
Because-
off the cuff.
Yeah, if you're telling the truth, then it doesn't matter if you get interrupted, because you know what the truth is.
I'm thinking that he'd set it off because she said we dropped her off at school, but maybe not. Let's keep watching.
It could be though.
It could be.
She wanted to walk the rest
Rest
of the way.
Look at her face. I
You
don't
can
remember.
see her cogs working.
Yep. I can't
I'm
remember.
not sure what I'm allowed to share.
You share whatever you feel comfortable sharing. I know you had conversations with detectives. Not sure what that conversation is, but whichever you feel comfortable sharing, that will put the awareness out there.
Yeah, she was spotted walking by the church, by the middle school, on the cameras. They saw her hang out in the parking lot for a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
What has the school said? Have you given in contact with the school?
Yes, that they're doing everything they can. They've given me all their resources. The principal's called me. They've looked at their cameras. I don't think they've caught anything on the cameras is too far away from the sidewalk. Everything is too grainy, so they can't see specific faces. But they've looked. I'm just waiting to hear anything else from them.
Is this normal behavior?
Not
to
at all.
just not show up or call or text or anything?
Not at all, no.
Okay, so what I noticed is how she jumps back when she says not at all. So he says, is this normal behavior for her? She jumps back, not at all. And then he says something else and she says, not at all, right? So this is not normal behavior for her to not call and not text. But then in the next breath, she says, it's normal for her to forget her phone. So how can it be both ways? It can't.
For a little bit and then get up and leave. They didn't see a vehicle or anything else. They just saw her walk away around 9 a.m. heading towards the school, but she never made it.
What has the school said? Have you given in contact with the school?
Yes, that they're doing everything they can. They've given me all their resources. The principals called me. They've looked at their cameras. I don't think they've caught anything on the cameras is too far away from the sidewalk. Everything is too grainy, so they can't see specific faces. But they've looked. I'm just waiting to hear anything else from them.
Is this normal behavior?
Not
to
at all.
just not show up or call or text or anything?
Not at all, no. She, from time to time, she will leave her cell phone at home accidentally, and that's actually what happened yesterday. She left her phone at home. She went to school. But that happens from time to time. She's got ADHD, her memory. She's very forgetful. So yeah, there's no way to track her right now because the detectives now have her phone. But this isn't normal behavior, no.
What was the last thing, I guess, the conversation that you two had, you and your daughter?
We spoke about her birthday party. She had a birthday party on Sunday. She had a great time. I couldn't make it because I was working. But she had an amazing time. She was so happy with all her gifts. I told her good night, and yeah, that was it. I wasn't the one who took her to school in the morning. That was my partner. But yeah.
13?
She's 13 years old, yes.
13, Madeline?
Madeline.
What are you thinking right now?
In my heart, I feel like somebody took her. This isn't like her to just pick up and run away, or just not go to school. I don't know what to think.
Friends, the friends' parents, you've contacted and went through
Everyone.
every single person?
Everyone that we know that she knows, we've contacted them all, reached out to them. The parents have gone out to search and look for her as well. And we haven't come up with anything yet.
I've seen a lot of posts on Facebook, Hunters Creek, rants and raves and what have you. Did people say that they were going to conduct some type of like search party or anything?
A lot of people have asked me to volunteer, like if there is one, if they can do one. I have people passing out flyers, going to every store in that vicinity, a gas station, church. I think people were being stopped in the street this morning in front of the school to see if they've seen anything, if they've heard anything. My family they're going all out right now.
All out.
Yeah.
I know as a mother, a lot is going on in your brain.
So much.
To bring her back home. What have the law enforcement told you that you are able to share?
I mean, that they're doing the best they can. They've had detectives come out, interview us. They took a piece of her clothing for the canine dog to see if they can sniff her out. I'm not sure when that's being done.
Do you have any inkling where she possibly could be? Like if you would say, okay, last time I went to work and came back, she was at James' house or Sabrina's house, and maybe I forgot to check that house, or she played at this park one weekend, maybe she went back there or something like that.
I still think he says James' house.
We've looked everywhere we could have thought, and anywhere she would have been. She would have known to wait for me at the school. But we did check where if she could have walked. My mom's office is close to the school. We checked there. We checked the walking paths that she could have taken. We've checked all of her friend's house. I think we've checked everywhere I could think of, honestly.
What do you think? Oh gosh, I just had it tip of my tongue. What was she wearing?
She was last seen wearing a green hoodie, black shorts, white Crocs, a black JanSport backpack with gray hibiscus flowers on it.
And you said this is not like her.
Not at all.
To run away, an argument, anything like that to provoke her?
She's never done anything like this, no. And we haven't had any arguments recently to have this outcome.
What school?
Hunters Creek Middle School.
Tom, any questions?
No.
Is there anything that you think our viewers would need to know about the way you're feeling, the way the family's feeling, Madeline?
We are desperate for any answers, anything that you could do to help. I'm here for it. Just please, if
I'm here for it.
If you see my daughter, just please bring her home. I just hope you're okay, Maddie. I hope you're safe. I hope you're not hurt. I just hope she's okay.
When did you notice that she was missing? Because this was at the beginning of the morning.
She got dropped off in the morning. We did not notice until after school pickup at 4 o'clock when I went to go pick her up, and she wasn't at school.
So we're going in 24 hours now.
Yeah.
Just about.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Nothing. No word. No text message. No messages anywhere from her. I've looked at all her social medias. I've looked at all her games she could have played with. Any app. No weird conversations. Nothing strange. Everything was conversations with just normal friends or us.
She knows how to get home by herself, as if, like, let's just say, to take a bus or an Uber or something like that. She would know how to get home alone, correct?
I'm not sure. I don't know if she would know how to get home. Maybe, I mean, I'm thinking if someone got in the car with her and if she pointed the way, what roads, she probably could figure out how to get, but like, does she know her full address? I don't think she does.
Which would give me it just puts in my brain that she always comes home with someone.
She always comes home with me.
There's no need for her to really learn. Okay. And you said no, Tom? I think that was everything. All right, the first.
Okay, so that's her. What do you got? What do you got, Potato?
Well, I think she's clearly following a script that they've come together with. And I don't know, she says the similar kind of things as what we've just heard in other people's interviews.
Mm-hmm.
Like, there's no point in trying to search or whatever, because we've looked everywhere that we possibly can and we can't find anything. So
it's all dead ends.
Been taken. Yeah.
It's all dead
there's no
ends.
other. There's no reason to look anymore. She's been taken by someone else.
Please bring her home safe.
They always just put it onto someone else.
Mm-hmm. And how is it that this man musters up this fake emotion? She doesn't even try. She's too nervous and scared. She is nervous and scared.
Questions, if I can get your first and last name and spell them both out for me.
I can't even stand looking at him.
Stephansterns.
All right, so Stephan, you seem very emotional right now. Explain to us.
I dropped her off. Everything looked fine when I drove away. It's the last time we saw her.
What were the conversations that y'all had in the car when you dropped her off?
Not much. She was asleep for most of the way. Told her have a good day at school when she got out, and I love her. She said thanks, love you too. That was it.
And so where do you think she could possibly be? I mean, this isn't, as I was told, this isn't normal behavior.
This is not normal behavior. She's not the type that would just run off. We don't know where she can be. And we're scared. We just want her home.
Are you, in a sense, blaming yourself?
It's hard not to.
Why?
I dropped her off early. I could have waited longer. She looked okay. She was walking towards the school when I saw her. It was like any other day, so I went on with my day. It's hard not to blame myself.
What has the conversation been with Jenn since?
She's been a lot stronger than me. She's been holding it together really well, but it just keeps coming in waves. Just the reality keeps hitting. We don't know where she is. We don't know if she's safe. We're just scared. We just want her home.
Have you, like, literally put boots on the ground, went out?
Yeah, I even went out with the cops where I had dropped her off. And we looked all up and down the road, all along the communities, and there was nothing helpful. None of the cameras were pointing the street. Nothing, which in 2024 was surprising. The church across the street had some cameras, and they mentioned seeing her waiting around in the parking lot for a while before moving on, and that was it. But it was grainy. It was grainy footage, and not much else.
Does it seem like she walked west, east?
They said in the direction of the school. I'm not sure what that is.
What was the language? Not language verbally, body language. When you dropped her off, did she seem happy? Was she like, I'm going to meet my friends?
Happy.
Isn't that an interesting question he asked? What was Maddie's body language like?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, Rupert!
You can hear him.
He doesn't like Stephan Sterns.
She got a happy weekend. She just turned 13. She had her 13th birthday party. She was happy that we were all together here, and she just.
Okay, that's the part that bothers me right there. She was happy that we were together here. That tells me something. So if it's true that they broke up and he was gone and he planned a party for Maddie and made it look like he was the good guy for doing it, if that's true, even if that's not true, if he came back for her party or whatever, for her birthday. Now I lost my train of thought. I got to listen to him again.
What that is.
What was the
about them all being together. So if he came back, and let's say Maddie wasn't happy about that. She thought her hell was over, that he was gone. And if he came back, what if an argument broke out because he was there?
Yeah, could have.
Because why would he say she was happy we were all here together? No, she wasn't.
Yeah.
She wouldn't be happy that you're there. She'd be pissed that you're there, especially if you'd been staying down in Northport 2.5 hours away.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that she was upset that he was there. And I think she was thrust into a position that she didn't want to be in anymore, especially if he had been gone. And then he comes back for her birthday, for his regular abuse on her birthdays.
Yep.
And maybe he planned it because he knew mom was working and she wouldn't go. And he'd be able to be alone with Maddie. I mean, is it
I mean,
possible?
it would be the perfect excuse for him to be alone with her, like you just said. Who's gonna take her home? Him.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And did he
I
even
gotta
bring her home?
say, yeah, we don't even know, do we?
Mm-mm.
I have to
What
say
I would
though,
like to know, go ahead.
his fake emotion, exactly the same as Susan Smith. Like he
Mhm.
sounds like he's sad, but if you look at his face, there's absolutely nothing to show sadness.
So true. Davy Jones. Well, we know some of the evidence on his phone was made that night. It's true. I never really thought about that. So is it possible? Because someone left a really long theory in a comment on a video, and it was such a good, I should actually read that, but I don't know if I still have it in my phone. But somebody had a really well thought out theory about every step of the way here. And I shared it. Here it is. Okay, so it's pretty long, but hear me out. This is from Wise Willow 5731 on YouTube. So much interesting and new research, Jay. Thank you so much for your efforts. This is my theory now. Happy for anyone to jump in on any errors or discrepancies. I don't believe Jenn was working while Maddie's party was held. Jenn's mother says, quote, Jenn was tired from work and had her boyfriend take her to the party. I also get the feeling there was potential friction between Jenn and her mother. Regarding Madeline's whereabouts after the party, I agree that Stephan took her to a motel. I agree. I think Stephan took her to a motel and potentially pimped her out. He took her school items and changed. Wait, hold on. He took her school items and a change of clothing with her to stay overnight to drop her off at school the next morning. Jeans were for a change after the party. I think that's why she looked so sad in those birthday photos. She knew what was coming. She sadly died in the hotel. He bundled her in the car the next morning, covered her over, drove her back to the complex, put the school bag and laptop in the dumpster, drove home and told Jenn. They came up with a plan to cover up, likely because Jenn has been complicit. Initially, their story was to be that Maddie ran away. School items dumpster in complex, but then decided to change it to abducted from school because he realized there were cameras on the boom gates. So he then propped Maddie up as if he had just picked her up to take her to school. He drove to the church to be seen, just out of clear range, then out to the horrid place he dumped Maddie. He didn't select that place, probably wanted to head to alligator-infested waters, but got a flat tire on that road. In panic, at potentially someone stopping to help him with the flat, he took her to the nearest coverage, may have intended to move her later. You can see spare tire on back left in photos, which is how police knew he had a flat from road cameras. They announced that in press conference. Member of public pointed out exactly where he stopped to change, leading to quick finding of her body. I think he was also selling, distributing her images and videos for years. I think turning 16, she had, quote, aged out for their sick ring. I think his digital footprint has many contacts. And I think the delay at this point is because dang it. I think the delay at this point is because they will be rounding them all up. Link to Disney Orlando yet again. Probably no coincidence. Note selective wording of police chief. Quote, we believe she was killed in Kissimmee. When asking, was she killed in the home? Meaning a motel overnight stay potentially possible. Kissimmee Motel. What do you guys think of that?
I think it's very, very possible that that's what happened.
Yeah, it's
the fact that they wouldn't say that it was the home, but it was in the area.
Mhm.
I don't think she made it home.
So that would mean mom totally lied when she said she saw her getting ready for bed, because she said she didn't have her phone, she didn't have her laptop, but she got ready. She got ready, and then she said goodnight. I thought it was weird that she said she got ready, and then I told her goodnight, and that was it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't think that's true at all.
Mm-mm. Do you guys agree with that theory of that listener who left that comment? Because I thought that was a very well thought out probability, is that he did keep her all night long.
Yes. Plus, we know that her mum lied about seeing her in the morning as well because of what she said that she was wearing. She wasn't in black shorts.
Nope, she was not. So is she describing the last time? I mean, so is she totally lying about everything? Because she lied and said she saw her getting ready at 8 a.m. We have her saying she saw her getting ready for bed. But that it could all be a lie. She could have never seen her at all.
Yep.
But it's still so curious that she would have a party when her mom can't attend.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like that was done on purpose.
Yeah. I mean, her mom's got to be involved somehow because there's no other reason why she would lie.
Right.
And she clearly is lying. Even if she'd seen her that night, she's lying about what she saw her in the morning because we know what she was found in.
Right. And she was dead at the time she says she saw her in the morning, even if it was a time discrepancy.
Yep.
She said she saw her getting ready for school at 8 o'clock, but at 7:30, she was already deceased and he was throwing her stuff away.
Mm-hmm. And if she's capable of lying about what happened in the morning, then she's also capable about lying about the evening.
And wouldn't you be grilling your boyfriend? Like, what the
Yes,
fuck,
I would
dude?
be.
I mean, you're the last to see her.
Yes.
What do you mean you dropped her off early? Why would you drop her off so early?
Yep. There's no way that you'd be consoling him as well. I would want to know. Like, I would be suspicious as he had been the last person to see her.
But you know what? Instead, she's comforting him and rubbing him, and she's resting her chin on top of his head. It makes me sick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it is sick.
Dr. Quinn says, I don't think he pimped her out. I think she was his only. But he also had a lot of child prawn of 5 and under.
Yeah.
So was she getting too old for him?
Well, she turned into a teenager. She wasn't a child anymore.
I just want to know what happened that night. I want to know so bad, and I want to know where Jenn Soto is now. Where are these murder charges, Potato?
I have no idea.
What is going on?
Weird. I don't know.
I mean, is it possible that he was doing this thing and that mom unalived her? I mean, we have a dead girl and no murder charges yet. It's insane.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I get that he's not going anywhere, but
I think maybe that's why they've gone ahead with all the other stuff, the other charges, so that they can at least hold him. He's not going anywhere, so they can carry on doing their investigation and make sure they've got enough before they press charges.
Right. It's just, are they going to press charges on 2 people or 1?
That's the question.
So I wonder if, I guess the big thing would be too, what was on mom's phone, if anything?
Mm-hmm.
You know, what was the communication between her and Stephan? That would be huge.
Mm-hmm.
Mom's car was last seen at her sister's house, said Davy Jones. So that house with the shit in the window, like halfway up the window, that's her sister's. And her car had that red evidence tape on it.
Mm-hmm.
So they took her car, but gave it back. But for all intents and purposes, they didn't use that car.
No.
But does it make you feel like she may not be charged with anything because they gave the car back?
No,
I don't know what to think of that.
because I guess that just means that she wasn't in that vehicle. If they don't find anything, then they have to give it back, don't they?
Right.
I think they're still investigating. Like, I think it's huge.
Do you think that there's like a pedo investigation on top of?
Yep. I definitely.
It's just so
mean,
maddening. And to see that he has a
with the
trial
amount of
date.
stuff that he has.
Davy Jones says, no, it just means they've gone over it and are not saying what they found.
Mm-hmm.
So that was not his car, the Lincoln. It was his dad's. Yeah. She should be charged with lying. But see, that's not going to keep her in jail. If they charge her with lying, she'll bond out, right?
Yep. Yep.
So they gotta tie it up, get it all put together and tie it up with a nice little bow. And that's when they hand out the silver handcuffs.
Mm-hmm.
The new silver
And
bracelets.
These things take time as well. I mean, the last thing you want is to rush into it. And like you say, she gets out somehow, bonding out or whatever. They need it to be watertight.
Mm-hmm. And they don't want to tip anybody off just yet. That makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so many pedos out there. Dr. Quinn, thank you for your super chat. Yep, they can't charge mom while she's Baker acted. So who Baker acted her, though? We don't know.
Is she then? Because I'd heard that she was in for treatment or whatever. But is that
I
true?
heard that too.
I mean,
If
you don't
she is in
know.
fact in a mental health facility, though, it's not as if the cops can talk to her, right? So she's off limits for now. For now. But she can't stay there forever.
Nope.
I wonder if she is playing some games like that.
Mm-hmm. I think that's very, very possible.
No, I don't know where they got that car. I do know that Maddie's biological dad and Stephan were friends on Facebook. I found that to be interesting.
Has her bio dad talked or anything?
Mm-mm. Not at all. Not a word.
Weird.
Very. I mean, people are saying he's so distraught, which I get that. But you would think like you'd have some kind of interview by now, but
Maybe he's been advised not to speak to anyone.
oh, probably because of the ongoing investigation. He may be helping.
Yeah.
He may be
Mhm.
helping get info from Miss Soto. You can Baker act yourself? I didn't know. I thought somebody had to Baker act you that was like out of your control. Like if you're Baker acted, it's like they're doing it against your will. He was grooming her dad too. So yeah, her dad probably thought, oh, she's got this nice guy in her life or something. These guys really know how to pull the wool over eyes. Scary. I just watched
So
something on a
disturbing.
Sicko busted David Allen Dunn. It was eye-opening law and crime, I think. Dude explains how image trading works. Oh. It's rampant, you guys.
Mm-hmm. I think that's what he was doing. With the amount of stuff that they found. And the fact that he had stuff with her on his phone as well. I think he was
It tells
trading.
me that he had a lot of access to Madeline alone.
Yeah.
And they make
years.
all the adults around them. Timmy's back. They make all the adults around them trust them. You know, they think, oh, he's such a good guy. Oh, he cares about her. You know, she really found herself a good one, you know. I think the mods need to use their wrenches. They have to upload into chat rooms every 12 hours. Well, some of them, yeah. I mean, if you watch the Pedo Busters, they actually have, the guys have said, you know, when they're on Instagram in these groups, that if they don't contribute something to the group, they get booted. So you have to be in there doing the same shit as them or you're going to get kicked out. I did not know that, Mr. Quinn. Or Dr. Quinn. To Baker Act yourself, visit an emergency room and describe your symptoms to medical professionals. If necessary, the medical staff will request the Baker Act. I think there will be more images, more victims due to images are only of Madeline in the summer. Mom was just plain stupid. Yeah, I mean, yeah, a lot of people send their own kids pics. Ken Dalton. What's up, Ken Dalton? You know what, Potato? Patrick had a question for you. And I pinned it.
Yeah.
Did you see
I
it?
saw that. I did see
Okay,
that.
do you remember what it was?
Well, I
Can you
do
answer?
remember. I do remember a case of parents. I don't know if it's the one he's thinking of though. It was Mick Philpott that I thought he was talking about. Is he still there?
I don't know if he's still here.
So, yeah, Mick Philpott. They did a lot of media stuff, like interviews and things, and he was always super emotional about what had happened. Basically, their children had died in a house fire, and the parents had got out.
Oh boy.
And yeah, they did a lot of television interviews and stuff, and he was crying, and they were hugging each other and everything. And it came out that he had set the fire in the house that had killed the kids.
Oh my God. He said, yeah, that's right. Philpott.
Yeah. I thought it might be that one because that one, yeah, they did a lot.
He said he did it, right? Incognito sicko he was.
He did do it. If you watch his interviews, it's the same kind of emotion that Stephan has. Like crying, they're dabbing their tears and stuff. They haven't really got tears though.
5 kids?
Yes.
Oh my God.
Yeah. It was
Dude,
awful.
that's horror. That's horrific.
It is. Mm-hmm.
What a horrible, horrible, horrible thing to do.
Yeah.
And to stand outside while it.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I
And
don't
it was
get
both
it.
of them, him and his wife. And she would sit there a lot, like just really quiet and stuff. He did most of the talking.
Kind of like that kid in Tennessee that's missing. Have you watched any of that?
What's that?
Oh my gosh. Let me pull up this father's thing real quick. The kid that's missing, I can't remember his name. There's so many cases right now. The one in Tennessee, the autistic boy.
Oh, is it Sebastian Rogers or something?
Yes, yes, Sebastian
Yeah,
Rogers.
I have watched
So
some of
his
that stuff.
stepdad, was on this podcast called Duchess. I think that's what the name of her channel is. But anyways, if you can find it, it's called Duchess. And he interviewed, but he's not showing his face, but he sounds like a mean motherfucker. And if I can find her video, I will share it in the description of this video because he's talking about like how strict he is and all this and that and the other. And if you see that boy, like he's special needs, dude. He doesn't need some hard ass stepdad. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
But in this video with Duchess, he just really talks about like, oh, he's not allowed to have apps. He's not allowed to have this, not allowed to have that. Like he's just I don't know, he just sounds like a jerk. But here is one of their media interviews, or part of one of their media interviews. This is just a little clip.
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop.
It's not the one I thought it was. Here it is.
Tonight, the parents of
that their son Sebastian will return home safely.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now?
I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at.
Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's going to walk through that door, and this street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an
Stepdad Chris is shaking his head no the whole fucking time. Is he not?
emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th.
Pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did. He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you."
Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
And he's not a runner. He's never run away before. I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out that door.
I mean, he's a good kid. He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave.
We've been combing over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I hadn't been able to figure it out. He's, that morning he was laughing, he was joking.
It's as if Sebastian...
Wait, did she just say that morning?
Yeah.
Didn't she say she saw him before she told him to go to bed and he went to bed and then she got up in the morning to wake him up and he was gone?
Yes.
So how was he laughing that morning? What? Let's listen to that again.
It must be the morning before.
Yeah, must be.
He's across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided.
What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
That we love you so much.
Oh, God, that... We love you so much.
Katie tell me they've been harassed. People pointing fingers at them.
You're not in this situation. You don't quite understand. I wish people would step back, take a different wide open view, and not assume what they know. It's just better to stick to the facts.
Are you both in the clear?
I can tell you that Mom, myself, and the father have worked very fully and cooperatively with all agencies across the board. We have anything that they've wanted, we have provided.
What do you want to say to Sebastian? What do you want him to hear from you right now?
That we love you so much, and we want you to come
Look at the stepdad.
Mm-hmm.
home, and you're not in trouble.
You're not in trouble. Was he before? With stepdad? I don't trust that stepdad. I'm just going to say it.
That it's just so weird. Like, what happened to him? Because he's supposed to have gone missing between like midnight and 6 a.m. or something, with no shoes on and a flashlight. What?
Mm-hmm. And then also when she says, when I told him to go to bed, and she pauses, and she goes, she laughs, and he did.
Yeah.
I'm going to try to find that Duchess. Is it Duchess? Do you remember what I said her name, her channel was? Was it Duchess?
That's what you said was, but I don't know. I haven't seen it.
Sebastian Rogers. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I listened to enough and I was like, ooh, I don't like this guy. He just seemed very mean to me. And I think he's playing it off really well on the media, but why can I not find this Duchess? Oh, here she is. Live, Sebastian. She's got one scheduled for 9:30 tonight. But she's had them on. Let's see. She's only got 6,000 subs. Here, let me show you her. Can you see it?
No. Oh,
There.
yeah. Yep.
Okay, so this is her channel. It's Dutch @Dutch4 missing. So if you go to here, let's see if she's got playlists. Oh, I don't see it. Live. Here it is, right here. See, I only got through like 3/4 of it.
And there's a search group.
So you know who's on here is that Trevor, who was looking for Summer Wells, joined this girl on her panel. You remember?
Right.
Do you remember Trevor, the guy up in the very top? Well, he is holding the Summer Wells poster up there. He is from Tennessee, and he actually like looked for Summer. But this is there's him and his teacher. I mean, but here we go. This is I think the mom joins first. You guys want to listen?
He was playing.
Okay. So they don't show their face, which is interesting. No camera, right? But here we go.
It's like that we have them coming up on panel. So if you guys will please welcome Sebastian's parents to the live stream. Thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate you joining us.
You're welcome.
We had a really good conversation today, and I appreciate you being willing to talk to me about Sebastian going missing. So I guess I will just kind of start out with tell me what happened the day that Sebastian went missing. I know that his mom said that he was having a good day. He had had a great weekend. So do you want to walk us through what that looks like again for everybody?
Okay, now mind you, the mom and the dad are both together. So pay attention to how much Chris interrupts mom.
He did have a really good weekend, actually. When we come home from having supper that evening, he was playing. When he went to bed, when I told him to go to bed, he said, "I love you, Mama," and he said, "I love you, puppies." A little later in the evening, I myself went to bed, and when I went to wake him up for school, he wasn't here.
So did she go to bed first then? Before
I don't know.
the stepdad?
You know, I don't
Did he
know,
stay
because
up?
she said she told him to go to bed, and he did. We
So the
didn't.
kid went to bed, and then she said that she went to bed, but when did stepdad go to bed?
Good question. Let's see if we find out.
And you did tell me that Sebastian is not a runner.
He's not.
It's okay. Take your time.
Sebastian does not have a history of running. I mean, the young man doesn't go outside very much. I mean, everybody in the neighborhood knows him. He is very to himself, so to speak. Between the hours of 12 and 6, he has basically vanished. Walked out of the house, the door was locked and gone.
He didn't.
There we go with vanished. Vanished again. That's what Chris Watts said. If she vanished, I just want her back. People don't vanish. That's a fallacy. There's no vanishing. You don't vanish.
Yeah.
Take
Yeah,
phone.
something happened.
None of his shoes are missing.
Now, you told me that night
No
now,
shoes?
Chris, you were
So he left to run away with no shoes?
Yeah, that's
Come
what
on.
that's what I mean. He left in the middle of the night with no shoes on. I see people are saying that stepdad works away, but did he come back at all?
Right. He was only
When
2
did he
hours
come back?
away. He wasn't that far away. I don't buy it. I don't buy it.
at work. You were out of town at work,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
you were not even home.
Correct, ma'am.
And Mom, you fell asleep on the couch about 10 o'clock, but you said that Sebastian went to bed at 9 p.m. And then you got up off the couch and you went to bed, and you said that was around midnight.
Midnight.
And nothing was unusual at that point. Everything seemed okay.
There's actually a piece of, so to make something very crystal clear, so that way
Okay.
there's transparency across the board. Me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46 in the evening. We stayed on the phone for quite some time. The call logs have been verified by all the police departments, TBI included. We stayed on the phone. It was very lengthy. Mom did slightly start falling asleep while she was on the couch. I had said, hey, you need to wake up, put the dogs up, go to bed. Now, mind you, that was
He's telling her this from the phone. Hey, you need to wake up and go to bed and put the dog. What?
Do you not think it's weird
right
that he said
around midnight, just
he
before
called her
midnight.
the mom?
Do what?
He called her the mom. That's weird to me.
He said the mom? I didn't catch that.
He said the mom. Yeah.
Oh, Lord. But he was on the phone with her telling she was falling asleep?
Town at work,
Yes,
so
ma'am.
you were not even home.
Correct, ma'am.
And
Controlling.
Mom, you fell asleep on the couch about 10 o'clock, but you said that Sebastian went to bed at 9 p.m. And then you got up off the couch and you went to bed, and you said that was around midnight.
Midnight.
And nothing was unusual at that point. Everything seemed okay.
There's actually a piece of, so to make something very crystal clear, so that way there's transparency across the board. Me and the mom were on the phone at 9:43 or 9:46 in the
Oh,
evening.
Mom!
We stayed on the
Me
phone for
and the
quite some
mom.
time. The call logs have been verified by all the police departments, TBI included. We stayed on the phone. It was very lengthy. Mom did slightly start falling asleep while she was on the couch. I had said, hey, you need to wake up, put the dogs up, go to bed. Now, mind you, that was right around midnight, just before midnight or right around midnight.
Wait.
So,
Okay. So boy went to bed at 9. Mom fell asleep around what, 9:30 on the couch? Is that what he's saying? He was on the phone with her?
She said didn't she say she fell asleep at about 10?
Yeah, but then it was midnight when he said, hey, you need to wake up and you need to cut the dogs out and go to bed.
He stayed on the phone while she's asleep for 2 hours.
Uh-huh. Yes,
No,
he
he
did.
didn't.
Right. That's why I'm glad I caught this, because I heard
That
this
makes no
before
sense.
before they even talked to the news. I heard this and I was like, dude, this guy's a dick. And even if he didn't do anything, he's a dick. He is controlling. Just wait. He interrupts Mom. Just wait. The mom.
so then
The
mom
mom.
does go to bed and
He's got the story already.
wakes up early in the morning to go wake her son up, get him ready for school.
Her son.
And now we have a worried
Her
mom
son.
who can't find her son in the house.
Her son.
Oh my.
Oh, could he distance himself any more from this poor boy?
Yes, she is the mom and her son.
The
God.
mom. Yep.
I also think it's so weird that like she starts talking and he kind of interjects with his
story.
Right, this is actually what happened. Let's get this
Yes.
straight right from the start. I just want to make it crystal clear. This is the story.
Across the board. I think he's annoyed with him. I think he's
like it.
annoyed with this kid. Do they have other children? Does anybody know? Or is he the only child?
I don't know.
Mom made an effort to look and search several times.
Oh.
Mom has called me at the time and asked me, she was like, I can't find him. I was like, do what? And she goes, yeah, I cannot find him. I said, well, hang on. I made the phone call and reported it to the sheriff's department because that's what we're supposed to do.
What time?
And within 10 minutes, the sheriffs were dispatched to the location.
And you had told me that there hadn't been any particular situation that had occurred where you felt like there would have been something that happened. And I also had asked you if there were any friends that Sebastian might have possibly left the house with, or if he had any contact with anyone on social media. Do you want to comment about that again?
He doesn't have a social media.
Okay.
And the only friends that he had were a couple of kids in school.
Okay.
All the kids that have had any interaction with him have been interviewed and asked.
Okay.
We as parents know how social media can be.
Right.
And seeing how kids can be easily manipulated.
He's very young in mind.
Yes, he may be.
Right.
He's about 15, and he's 15 in age in his body, but his mind is not caught up to his body. But that is something that goes through with autistic children, as everybody would know.
Right.
But for the record, I am a very strict parent. He does not have social media, not in our household. He doesn't online game. I'm pretty strict when it comes to that kind of situation.
Well, that's good. That's good, Chris, that you have control of that, because social media can be very dangerous for young kids, because they don't realize who they may be talking to on social media. So it's always good to have that awareness and to make sure you're monitoring, what your kids are doing. So I had asked you both, did you have any idea what would make Sebastian want to suddenly leave the house? And you told me, well, that's the $1 million question that everybody wants to know. All the detectives, they've all asked that same question. What is it that happened that caused him to leave the house? And I know you must be so worried and so concerned. Is there anything, if Sebastian were listening to this live stream right now, if you knew that he was out there, what would you want to tell him?
That we love you and to come home.
I mean, it's pretty simple. This boy has a very large family that everybody is asking the question, where are you? We love you, and please come home.
Yes. We definitely need to find him as soon as possible. If you live in this area, please search your property every day. He could be on the move. Just because you've already searched your property one time doesn't mean that you don't need to continue to search your property on a daily basis, just to be sure. If you have a lot of land, it needs to be searched, just to be sure, because he may be lost. He may be somewhere and he can't find his way back. So that's why it's very critical. Can you talk to me about the search and rescue efforts? Are they searching on land, air? They also have dive teams there. What can you tell us about that?
So currently, as of today, the National Guard was also brought in to help with the search, but they have had fixed wing aircraft, helicopters, horseback ATVs, side by side, door to door, scouring every neighborhood possible. The outreach from the community and various counties has been extremely welcoming, loved. It's we've been told this is probably one of the largest searches that they've conducted with so much input that it's a case to be studied for sure.
What?
You have a lot of people that are praying and supporting.
it's a case to be studied. What does that mean? Yeah. Wait. Lindsay says, I honestly wasn't initially sketched by this couple, but wowie, this is eye-opening. He's been
Yes,
missing
good.
since February 26th, and he's wearing no shoes.
The way he talks about him, though, he just sounds like he has so much contempt towards Sebastian.
Mm-hmm.
It sounds horrible.
Yeah, he's
And
autistic. He's a
I don't know a
handful.
lot.
I mean, let's face it. He makes it sound like he's a handful. He's not his son, but in the media, in the media interviews, he's said, that's my son, that's my boy, or whatever. But in this, he doesn't. And this was conducted, I'll tell you the date of this interview. 13 days ago, guys. This was on March 3rd. March the 3rd. So they've learned a lot from doing this interview, I imagine.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, a lot of men can't handle this special needs children. And I'm telling you, the mom knows this guy's level of frustration with her son.
Mm-hmm.
She does. And Duchess did a wonderful job.
You right now, was
She asked all the right questions.
his ask, would he be able to ride a city bus?
Good question.
Nothing is off the table as far as abilities. Could the young man get on a bus? I'm sure he could.
We've never done it before.
We've never rode a city bus, so I don't think he understands the process. He doesn't have any sense of money. He may have, like, let's say, a $20 bill in his hand, but he doesn't truly understand what $20 would get him.
He's good
Right.
at math, but he doesn't
I understand.
time and money.
And single mom says, does he want his real father? Maybe. I'm just asking. Well, it turns out, single mom, that, he sees his real father every other weekend. And the real father, he is heavily involved in this situation and is aware. And he doesn't know where Sebastian is either, correct?
Correct. I mean, I can tell you this.
His father's very much involved in his life.
Yes, very much involved in his life. The relationship between all three of us as parents is not your common one. I mean, me and the father talk on a regular basis. We call each other, we talk. Hey, if we heard anything, how's he doing? Is he acting up?
Oh my God.
I mean, it's not, there's
Is he acting up? Really?
no really animosity in between the parents.
That's good. That's good. Discovering the truth. Thank you for being here. They say, did he have any special interest like trains, parks, friends, maybe a school bus route that he loved? My son elopes and loves trains, so he heads to the tracks.
He loves playgrounds.
Yeah, he loves playgrounds. I mean, he loves to play. I'll give him that.
I'll give him
Friends
that.
wise,
I'll give him that. Like, that's the only.
Oh my
What?
God. I'll give him that. That just like Don. Summer ran the house. Oh, she gave it her best.
Yeah, he's like, yeah, he likes to play. That's like the only good thing I can say about him.
Yep, I'll give him
What?
that. That's the only normal thing he did. He liked to play. I'll give him that. He's letting us know he didn't like the kid.
Yeah.
Sad as fuck.
Friends.
Sebastian, his idea of his friend is right now is what he has 2 kids that he talks to at school.
His idea,
idea
of
of
friends.
a friend.
Oh my God,
He's
that's so cruel. His idea of friends is 2 kids he talks
Yeah,
to at
that
school.
is really not nice. So he's basically not allowing him to be on social media or anything or have any gaming things, which is
Communication.
what kids do. He's
Yep.
15 years old. That's how they communicate and stuff.
Why doesn't he want
So-
him to have friends?
Exactly.
What
Why
was
does
he
he not
doing?
want him to?
What was he doing to
doesn't want him to be
Sebastian?
gaming.
Was he
So
doing
he's saying
something? Oh, you're
he likes to
fired up.
play.
Get
He
it,
likes
get it,
to
girl.
play. No, he said that's the one thing he'll give him. He likes to play, but he doesn't let him play online with friends, which is what all kids do. They do gaming online. He doesn't let him do that. And the only friends he has are the ones that are at school, but he thinks they're his friends, but they're not really. That's what he's saying.
Mm-hmm. Right.
He doesn't like that he likes to play then. Because if he did, and that was like his outlet and stuff,
I could picture
he
this
would let
asshole
him do
saying,
that.
"You think those are your friends?
Yes,
Friends aren't
exactly.
somebody you just talk to at school. Friends are people that come to your house. Friends are
Oh my
people that
God.
invite you over." I can see this guy being a dick. And ugh.
Yep.
All right, let's keep going.
He heads to the tracks.
He loves playgrounds.
Yeah, he loves playgrounds. I mean, he loves to play. I give him that. Friends wise,
He wants friends.
Sebastian, his idea of his friend.
Oh my God, his mother. He wants,
wants
friends. Oh my God, that's heartbreaking.
Randoms right now is what he has 2 kids that he talks to at school, but he is extremely socially awkward. And so it's very difficult for him to make friends, which has been this boy's only lifelong dream. He Christmas, what do you want for Christmas? I want friends. Birthday, I want friends.
Oh my God.
Anything that he could do to get a friend, he would love to do it, which is potentially dangerous because that could open.
Oh my God. Do we think this guy
This-
might be a pedo?
This is breaking my heart.
He would do
because
anything for a friend?
I know what
Like
it's like
what?
to have a child that finds it really difficult to make friends. And it's so much easier to make friends online. And I know that can be dangerous, but there are ways to monitor it as well. And if your child can make a connection with someone online, then that's good for them to not feel as lonely.
So
And
he's
he's taken
secluded
that away
this
from
kid.
him.
Mm-hmm.
He's isolated him, and he knows that
Why?
he's isolated, and he's compounding that isolation by not allowing him to even play games online. It has
But
got
why
me
would you
choked
think?
up, man.
I know, I'm sorry. But why would he? Let's talk about this though. Why would he want to isolate Sebastian? Either because the kid annoyed him or because he was doing something to him.
It could be either. I mean, it could be punishment. He doesn't like the
Punishment.
kid.
Right.
He wants to make his life difficult
Miserable.
because maybe he has struggles and his stepdad sees it as, he doesn't want to deal with that kind of stuff, so he's going to punish him.
Some people don't understand and don't want to understand these disabilities and what they really mean and what they really the symptoms that they cause. I think he's just a mean motherfucker that doesn't have an open enough mind to and any empathy to understand and try to understand Sebastian and what he's dealing with. Instead, he punishes him for being the way he is.
But the thing is, he knows what he likes. He likes to play, and he wants friends.
Yeah, so he's cut
And
him
he's
off
not
social
letting
media.
him have that.
Yep. The opposite of what the child needed. Sick. Okay, let's keep going. You want to keep going? Are you all right?
Yeah. Yes.
I think Potato's going to go find this guy herself.
Open up doors for somebody to say, hey, I'll be your friend, and potentially cause harm.
Kim Holmes asked if there's any cameras in the area, and I did see, Kim, that they were asking for people that had any Ring doorbell footage or any businesses that had camera footage. Talk to us about that, Chris. We did speak about that briefly earlier about the people getting all the footage, but they haven't found anything.
Our entire neighborhood and surrounding neighborhoods have voluntarily and with generosity given up any video footage that they've got. I mean, they have let the departments come in and view and monitor. So as far as cameras, everybody has turned over everything. There's thousands of hours of stuff that they are combing through to try to find an answer.
It looks like Tish is local to the area. She said, I go to the grocery store or anywhere and our eyes are peeled looking for him. I work at a local restaurant and I'm checking cars as they come through the drive-thru every day. Bless you, Tish. I know this family is very grateful. Discovering the Truth says, do
you notice how he doesn't thank that person?
Yes.
He doesn't thank that person. Oh my God, thank you so much for keeping your eyes open. That is amazing. I would be floored that someone is doing that for my child, checking the fucking drive-through at a restaurant every day.
Yes.
My son is on their mind every day and they're just silent. You know why? Because they feel guilty that people are doing that because they know where this boy is.
He probably knows the route to his father's house, so maybe he was in the process of heading in that direction.
That has not been ruled out. I mean, like I said, the search that they are
Come on.
conducting is extremely widespread and thorough. So nobody is ruling that out as a possibility.
But normally when he wants to go to his dad's, he just says so. And we just call his dad.
Yeah, I mean, it's dad will come down here. We meet him halfway. I mean, there's this. He's never wanted to go to his dad's and not been able to go. Let's put it that way.
Right.
I mean,
RQ, thank you for being a member for 6 months. All of this is very, very helpful to help us, better understand the situation that we're dealing with. And I did see a post on Facebook that it looked like everybody was asked to wear green on Friday because green is Sebastian's favorite color. What else can you tell us about Sebastian?
He is an avid Minecraft fan. Loves the color green. It's got the goofiest and quirky smile in the world. I don't think anybody could mimic it, to be honest with you.
He looks like he's such a sweet young man.
Okay. I'm just going to say what I just picked up. He's got the goofiest and the quirkiest smile. No one can even mimic it. Tells me he's fucking tried. This guy mocked this kid.
Plus, he doesn't even let his mom talk.
No.
Like,
Tell
they
us
asked-
about Sebastian. Well, here,
Yeah.
let's have the mom talk about her son. Why don't you
Yep.
take a step back, motherfucker? Because you didn't
Exactly.
even claim him. Oh, potato. Now we're going to
Hey,
be on
when-
this case because we're so mad.
When she asked that question, I was thinking, please just shut up and let his mom say something. And he jumped straight in there.
Yep.
Like, just shut up. Let her say something about her own son.
Yep. But he just got done calling him her son and the mom. But he's speaking on Sebastian. Come on.
Loves to dance. That boy he'll dance his tail off. That's for
Hey,
sure.
that's
Let's listen to the smile thing again. I think this guy made fun of him.
He is an avid Minecraft fan. Loves the color green. It's got the goofiest and quirky smile in the world. I don't think anybody could mimic it, to be honest with you.
Why would
He
anyone
looks like
want
he's
to
such
mimic
a
it,
sweet
though?
young.
Like, what's so funny about that? And why would you want to mimic his smile?
Exactly. Why is that the first thing you think of? Oh, yeah, he's got a weird smile, is basically what he's saying.
Yeah,
And no
and I
one can
bet he
mimic it.
tried.
So-
He made fun of him. I'm telling you, he made fun of this boy. Fucker.
Man. He
Loves to dance. That boy he'll dance his tail off. That's for
hey,
sure.
there's nothing wrong with that. Dancing is good for you. It's good exercise too. I just really hope they can find some answers. Now, I did ask you guys because I know that sometimes when we're looking for autistic children that go missing, a lot of times people are concerned that they may be attracted to go towards the water. So talk to us about that. Is he a good swimmer? Does he like to get in the water? I think you did mention some things about that to me earlier.
So he's a fish in the water. I'm gonna tell you right now that but here's the distinction. He is not a child that likes to get dirty. He can't stand his hands dirty. He can't stand bugs.
Fuck off. So this kid's going to take off in the middle of the night, shoeless,
With
but he
no
doesn't
shoes
like
on.
getting dirty.
Exactly. He's not going to, is he? He didn't leave that house with no shoes on.
No, he did
In my
not.
opinion. And plus, he's talking. Yeah, he likes water. Like he's like a fish in water. It was the middle of the night, though.
Mm-hmm. And what? It's March. It's February in Tennessee. It's not warm.
No.
Mm-hmm.
So that's
So-
two reasons right there.
What?
Two
Sorry.
reasons right there why he wouldn't have left willingly in the middle of the night. Firstly, he doesn't like getting
Bugs.
dirty and stuff, so he's not going to leave without his shoes. Secondly, it's cold.
Yep. And bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah. He
It's
didn't walk out
dark.
that door. The door was locked. I think the interviewer's doing a really good job. I think she's trying to get the truth out of these people.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's got their number, is really what I think. I think she's been talking to them. She said she talked offline. I think she's got an idea of what she's trying to pull out. I don't know who she is, but she's a really good interviewer, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think she's doing good. I mean, it's
Mhm.
hard to keep people talking, and she's keeping them talking. So
Mm-hmm. I
That's
think she's asking really good questions because he's showing himself.
He's a fish in the water. I'm gonna tell you right now that but here's the distinction. He is not a child that likes to get dirty. He can't stand his hands dirty. He can't stand bugs. He is fearful of flies and things. So if he swims, he is a pool kid. He's not I'm a river and a stream kind of kid. He is swimming pool bound.
Oh my God, they need to check the rivers and streams near them. He's in the water. I bet you. They've checked a landfill already.
yeah.
They've searched by helicopter, ATVs, everything else. He's a pool kid. He's not a river or stream kid. That's where I would look. Damn.
Fearful of flies and things. So if he swims, he is a pool kid. He's not I'm a river and a stream kind of kid. He is swimming pool bound.
Discovering the truth, I'm sure that they are probably looking into that. Now, I know that you said there was some misinformation that was going around and you wanted to make a clarification. You did tell me that TBI, was assisting, but that there was some confusion. People thought that FBI was actually assisting in this case. Talk to me about what you spoke about earlier to me on our phone call about how FBI is that they were consulted and the card team I guess there is a discussion going on as to whether he qualifies as for the child abduction response team.
So the FBI is not physically on the ground. Somewhere in one of the news clips, I think it was reported that the FBI had made it on the ground. They're not. TBI, Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, has reached out to the behavioral analysis team or their CART team. And they
Okay. And dude, why do you think they've done that? They're analyzing your fucking behavior.
are trying to work with them from a distance, they're not physically present, to help in any way, form, shape that they can render their assistance.
Okay. Light and sound, thank you for being here. Have burner phones been looked into? I know some teens sneak phones from their parents or maybe his computer use at school to
We
see
haven't been
if
able
he
to
has
find
been
any
chatting.
evidence of a secret phone.
Okay, good. Because digital evidence is really important. They want to make sure that he's not speaking to anybody. This is such an unusual case.
This case is extremely unusual. Like I said before, we are pretty strict when it comes to certain things. As far as comms, communication, electronic devices, there was only one phone that he had. It was extremely locked down. He had access to his phone, his text message, to only his contacts list, a camera, and a calculator, and that is it.
He's a pretty happy kid usually.
Oh my God. These people told on themselves. Okay, so he's got a phone and he's only has access to the people that are in his contacts. No one else. A calculator. And what else? You got a lot to say. What's on your mind?
Well, I'm just wondering if they allowed him to have the contact numbers for his friends. I bet they didn't. Well, not
No,
they.
because he
I
said
bet
they
he
just
didn't.
talked to him at school.
Yes.
His idea of friends are 2 kids he talks to at school.
Yep. So even though he doesn't want him to be online and stuff, he also doesn't want him to have contact with the kids that he thinks are his friends on his phone. So he's
So-
not allowed to speak to them.
How do you play Minecraft without internet?
It's an app. I don't know.
Maybe Punani's
I
here.
think you
Can
can
she
just,
tell us?
no, actually, you can play it without being on the internet.
You can.
It's just like how games used to be, I guess.
Oh. All right, let's keep going.
Unusual. Like I said before, we are pretty strict when it comes to certain things. As far as comms, communication, electronic devices, there was only one phone that he had. It was extremely locked down. He had access to his phone, his text message, to only his contacts list, a camera, and a calculator, and that is it.
He's a pretty happy kid usually.
Usually.
He seems like it, and I know that you love him very much. I know that I can remember earlier in our conversation, you were referring to him as Bubba, and I think that's sweet. I call my son Bubba also, so that really tore at my heartstrings because my son, he's 30, but he's still Bubba to me. So it just that name is.
Why is he
That
laughing?
laugh was weird.
Oh, dude, this is creepy AF. I'm hearing more things than I heard the first time.
I just Googled Minecraft as well, and it says that you can play it offline.
You can.
Yes. It says when you launch it, you can select to play offline.
So they made him play alone.
That's what it sounds like.
I call my son Bubba also, so that really tore at my heartstrings because my son, he's 30, but he's still Bubba to me. So it just that name is going to stick forever. It's just how it is. Cindy Caton, thank you for being here. She says, are there any old wells that maybe he accidentally fell in, or any areas or mines that he might be at risk of coming in contact with? I know sometimes those things occur out in Tennessee. The divers, have they found any possible leads? I know that I heard that there was a possible pond that they were draining. You did tell me they were searching all of the pipes.
Yes. So when it comes to address her question as far as wells and things, I'm sure there's plenty of those around here.
They're searching them.
They actually pulled data for all the caves, underground voids, all of that stuff that could be accessible. They've brought in teams from all over the state that specialize in either cave explorations, water recovery rescues. We don't know that they have drained a pond. I can say that much, but they have searched, they've dived them all for sure. They've walked, I couldn't tell you how many miles of creeks and waterways, and they've used cameras. The sewers. It's not really the sewers they're looking in. It's the drainage pipes. Nobody. So that's for clarification. Sewer pipes, we're not going to find a child in. Those are enclosed and secured. But the runoff, water runoffs, were all searched by a dive team.
Okay. And I know Ginger Snap said is law enforcement looking into the possibility that he met a friend through Minecraft. I hope that they would just go ahead and vet all of that just to make sure, because you never know. I'm not really sure how all of that works because I'm not a gamer, but I know that there are ways that you can communicate like via Xbox because my son is a gamer. So And Gabrielle, I believe that you guys were at the Costco on Saturday. That's when you took the picture of him, correct?
Yes, my
Okay.
wife was at Costco on Saturday.
Yeah,
The
not
shirt
Sunday.
that's in the flyer where it says Optimism was on a Saturday. They were
Okay,
at
good.
BJ's on Sunday. Um,
Okay. And what
and when
is
it
that? Is
comes
that a
to
restaurant or?
no, they are all wholesale, like a commissary style stores where they sell in bulk.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Costco
So
Saturday.
Did he just say commissary style?
Yeah.
Okay, I've
They-
never heard of Costco or Sam's called commissary style food. I've heard it called, bulk warehouse food. Commissary? Why is this dude talking prison shit?
Mm-mm.
Potato says, mm-mm. Is that a joint? Or is that a cigar? Thank you for joining, boy mama.
I think it's weird that she talks about him meeting a friend on Minecraft, and he didn't say anything.
Oh, I missed that. How did I miss that?
So, if he met a friend on Minecraft, then he did have
Online access
to online playing. And she says it, and he doesn't say a word.
Military.
That's weird.
Yeah, that is weird. I guess commissary is used in the military as well. So I stand corrected. Okay. I'm glad to know that because I was like, okay, that's weird. But yeah, okay. I rewound a few seconds. Let's listen again.
Okay. And what
and
is
when it
that?
comes
Is that a
to
restaurant or?
no, they are all wholesale, like a commissary style stores where they sell in bulk.
Oh, okay. Okay. So Costco
So
Saturday, BJ's on Sunday.
yes,
He
ma'am.
loves to eat all the samples, and BJ's is new, so I took him.
You're a good mom.
And when it comes to like the one mentioned about Minecraft, like I stated before, he does not have any way to come with anybody on any form of online gaming. That is extremely restrictive. We don't allow that because of what can come of it.
They combed all of the electronics.
I can tell you this with no hesitation. Anything and everything we have given to the police and any other law enforcement to have them completely scan, validate everything, and they are currently. I mean, everything is empty. I mean, they were like, "You guys are pretty good at." I said, "Yes, sir. We don't believe in allowing the kids to communicate through social media or through any type of gaming."
Looks like Missing in USA says, why are they wanting camera footage from Sunday afternoon? Because
That we cannot release right now.
okay,
That is not
I
something that
understand.
has been authorized us to
Right.
put
I
out to the
respect,
public.
and we respect that 100%. Ginger Snap says, I was reading that his favorite song is Eye of the Tiger. That's a
Okay, hold on a second. He's making it sound like TBI is sharing like inside scoop with him and they can't share it with the public, but they're searching landfills for their son. Yeah, I'm not buying that. They're not sharing anything with these people.
great song.
He's got an eclectic taste of music. He's a fan of Eddie Vedder. He
Oh, well,
likes
he's great.
Survivor. Oh yeah, I mean young man has a very eclectic taste in music.
And you told me that
Taylor
he
Swift,
loves to play
Carrie
chess.
Underwood.
And he loves to play chess,
He has a
right?
crush on Taylor Swift.
Ooh, he has a. Oh well, her boyfriend better watch out then. Was 911 allowed to be called? Rhonda asks.
On the cell phone, is that what she's referring to?
Yes, I believe so. Is that what you're asking,
All
Rhonda?
all devices that have communications have the ability to call 911. Believe it or not, most cell phones that are not even connected to service have an ability to actually call 911.
Yeah, you can pick one up off the shelf at a store and most will call.
Yeah. That's become a federal thing. That's not a service provided. That is like a federal thing.
We
Right.
wouldn't restrict safety features even if we could.
Yeah, safety is not restricted in this house.
What?
Okay, I do have one other question.
What the fuck does that mean? Safety is not restricted in this house?
I don't even get what that means.
I don't either.
Before I read what was his is saying, there was something I was going to ask you. Let's go ahead and do was his question right now. Shackle Island Road and New Shackle Island Road, are they in the same area?
New Shackle Island Road runs parallel to Long Island. Old Shackle Island Road is actually farther directionally. It would actually be south in front of the hospital, the Hendersonville Hospital. That is roughly, I think, 4 or 5 miles from our house.
Okay. Okay. That Single Mom, that's your favorite song too. Now, something I do want to ask you is, because I've been watching social media, because that's what I do. I share missing cases on lots of different social media platforms. And I was very disappointed when you told me that people were harassing you and attacking you. Is there anything that you want to put to rest while you're here tonight, or make clear to the public about this situation? I know you told me there was a statement that you wanted me to make about you and the mom and the dad. So if you want to make any clarification about that, you have free reign to do so. We will not allow you to be disrespected here on this platform.
I have no malice or ill intent toward anybody. Everybody has an opinion.
Of course.
But what is factual is that the father, the mother, and myself have been extremely cooperative. We have been vetted. We have been checked out. We have been questioned and everything of that nature, and literally have been cleared. There is no wrongdoing. There is no negative input from the parents or any of the family. It's hard for a lot of folks. I mean, I will be honest and say this out loud. I have a custody case that is currently going on in another state.
Oh my God. Okay. He says, I'm going to be honest. Okay. Right. He's got a custody battle in another state.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's listen to this.
Which has been brought to public light because people feel that they want to judge and think that they understand what's currently going on, and they don't. Because of that, I am being looked at in a very foul way.
I wonder why.
I don't need to repeat anything that's being said, but
Right.
But and it's perfectly
there's
okay.
people that's probably seen it on social media, and I want you to be able to have the opportunity to defend yourself. We have 248 people watching right now, and I'm sure that anyone that's watching this on the live stream, please respect this family. I mean, you can't have an idea of possibly what they are going through, and it's really not any of your business what is going on. And I understand that you do see your other child, which, and that doesn't have anything to do with Sebastian. And you guys are on good terms with his father. There's not like there's any custody battle between the mother and Sebastian's father. I mean, obviously, if he wants to see his father, you guys told me that, you just plan to meet up, and it's no big deal. So, I've read a couple of heinous things that people are saying, and it just really upsets me to know that people are just going to that without having all of the information and knowing that law enforcement has interviewed, interrogated everyone in your family. They have looked into you. They have all of your devices, and that they've basically cleared you guys of any involvement in Sebastian's disappearance. And I just wanted the public to be able to hear you say that, because you do have the right to defend yourself, because it's not like you said earlier, it's not about you, it's about finding Sebastian.
Correct.
Yes.
And I just don't want to have people to be dragging you around on social media. Isn't it already difficult enough that your child is missing?
That's beyond words. This is a feeling that I'm gonna tell you right now. I don't
wouldn't
care.
wish this on
Nobody should ever have to endure. It is not something that should ever be wished upon for anyone.
Now, I do see Miranda. Miranda has a child that is special needs as well, and we've covered a case on my channel involving her child in the school system here on my platform. So Miranda is a very strong advocate for kids that have special needs and them getting fair and equal treatment. And she says, how is his skills on walking around on heels or without a trail? Because my son would stumble if he had to step over a 1-inch rock or any form of incline. So, I mean, is he able to walk good? How is he able to navigate on his own? Is he able to walk good? Can you hear me?
Where'd they go? Chris Pratt.
Did I lose you guys? Can you hear me?
Earth to Chris. We hear you, Chris. We hear you.
Chris, are you there? Can you hear me? Trev, are you there? Can you hear
Yeah,
me?
I can hear you.
Okay, maybe Chris lost signal. We'll give him a few minutes to come back. They may have
comes
had
back.
to mute out. Thank you, FarQ. I appreciate it.
FarQ.
Chris, we're not able to hear you. They may have gotten cut out with their Wi-Fi service.
Oh, did they not come back?
And somehow
He walks and
Oh no, they come back here.
he must have lost his signal, guys, but he'll probably come back. Oh, here he is. Here he is. Chris, can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's like a Verizon commercial. Can you hear me now? I figured you might have lost signal.
Yeah, it's okay. We'll figure it out. We get it back every once in a while.
Okay, yeah, I understand. I understand.
He's high functioning. I mean, he's fully able to hold a conversation, and he walks and he loves to run.
Okay, well, that's good. And Rhonda wants to know if he has a special button on his phone.
No.
On his phone?
I don't. Mm-mm.
Okay.
But he doesn't have his phone.
Oh, how
Yeah, and he left his phone at home, so he doesn't have it. His says, I'm local and I'm trying to get a direction. Thank you. And says something about exit 5. Are you guys close to exit 5?
No, well, that depends. You can access off of what they call
Why'd
New
he
Shackle
laugh?
Island Road, which I believe is exit 6.
I thought the same thing.
Yes, I see. Thank you, Mrs. Clem.
Yeah, I believe it's exit 6 and exit.
I feel like, why does it feel like there's like law enforcement in here, like making comments to like throw them off or something? Do you get that feeling?
But why did he laugh though when he's asking
I
about
don't
that?
know. What did he think was
What's so
funny
funny?
about exit 5 versus exit 6?
Get a direction. Thank you. And says something about exit 5. Are you guys close to exit 5?
No, well, that depends. You can access off of what they call New Shackle Island Road, which I believe is exit 6.
Yes, I see. Thank you, Mrs. Clem.
Yeah, I believe it's exit 6 and exit 7 will be in Indian Lake.
Oh,
But as far as the special button on his phone,
Indian Lake? Is that an actual lake? I don't know where these people live. I don't know anything about this case. I just heard this interview. I knew the kid was missing, and I heard this, and I thought, just a matter of time before you see those silver bracelets.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Yeah, me either. And I know Discovering the Truth said that, her child was able to get around the security system that they had kind of set up on the phone so they couldn't access the websites, that it was locked. And apparently he got around it and was
Okay.
able to access it. And I guess that's kind of what they were talking about, in a couple of the texts in the chat. So that's what I was trying to address, because a lot of the people that come to my streams, they have children that are also autistic. So they deal with a lot of situations, and they can understand some of the things that you may be dealing with at this moment. I can only imagine what you're going through, not knowing where he is.
We, without publicizing our address, best I can tell you is we are off by the beach area, and that kind of area is where they predominantly been focusing their searches.
Wait a minute. He wants to keep their location private when their
Yeah,
kids
I
missing?
was about to say that. Why would you not want people to know the area that you're living in if you want people to be looking out for your kid who walked off in the middle of the night?
Oh my God. Stop it.
Right.
When it comes to the special button, no. Just so some parents are aware, even if you lock down your child's phone, some children can actually turn their phone into safe mode, which would bypass the parental locks and then allow a child to go on the internet. There is a way to block that. You would have to look that up. That's too much in depth to go into. But no, I mean, when I say we're strict, we lock it down. We lock it down.
Is he in tech? He seems to know
He
an
really,
awful lot.
he's really gone to a lot of lengths to make sure that he cannot get on the internet in any way whatsoever.
He knows everything that you can go around to get on the internet.
I mean, I didn't know that you can put your phone in safe mode and stuff and
No, neither
bypass some
did I.
things. I didn't have a clue that you could do that.
So it's Hendersonville, Tennessee. The Cumberland River, isn't that the same river that goes through Nashville that other kid was near? Am I mistaking
I
that?
think so.
Yeah, because Hendersonville is just northeast of Nashville.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm just looking at a map of this area. The Cumberland River is huge, and it goes all the way around half of Hendersonville. It wraps around half the town. Oh my God. And I see the Costco on this map as well. Okay. Let's keep listening.
Okay, well, that's good to know. David Bryant, thank you so much for being here. David says, hey, one question. Do you think he would have stuck to roads, or do you think he could have went off into the wooded areas?
That is that's hard to say. We don't really have an answer, but all I can say is every avenue is being searched, regardless of woods, roads, anything. Everything that can be searched is currently being searched.
Reckless Ellis, thank you for being here. Reckless Ellis says, I'm not saying he did this whatsoever, but I did see a screenshot from Facebook where he yelled at the news and told them to get off his property. Is there any truth to that? Well, Reckless, I'll let them speak for themselves, but if the news was on my property, I might yell at them to get off my property too.
So I have not spoke to any news crew that have been physically on my property. I have spoken to a news crew that was down the street and just asked them politely, do not film my house. They were filming the police doing something, and that was perfectly okay. They gave me the word, we shook hands, and politely moved on. So, no, I mean, as far as yelling,
There was nothing polite about that. I love the way that he makes it a point to say, yeah, there was someone down the street that I politely asked. No, you didn't.
And we shook hands. It was all good. This
No, you
guy's a
don't.
prick. Can we just say it? He's an asshole.
Mm-hmm.
I I told him politely, oh, he was just filming something that the cops were doing, and that was okay. This guy thinks he makes the rules for everyone. Imagine what he thought he made the rules for Sebastian.
They were filming the police doing something, and that was perfectly okay. They gave me the words, we shook hands, and politely moved on. So, no, I mean, as far as
Thank you.
yelling at the news, no.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that. I hope that helps, Reckless Ellis, and thank you so much for being here. Let's see. That's right, Leave It to Beaver. These are real people. Focus on the missing baby. Exactly. Thank you for being here, Miss Chewy. It's so good to see you. That's right. We all know that the child is in danger and needs to be home where he's safe, and that's all we need to know. I just want to make sure that people understand, like, this family is really going through it, and the focus needs to be on the child. So, and we just appreciate anyone that's able to get out there. Now, do they also have search dogs that have been out helping assist in the search?
Good question, Duchess.
Yes, ma'am. They have brought in dogs from various locations, from I believe from even other states as well as other areas within the state. So it is deeply, deeply being checked.
Deeply.
Is he? He's given us clues all over the place. He's been married 6 times.
Holy.
6
Wow.
times.
I mean,
Oh, wow.
I can see why.
Me too. And it seems like he likes to find the vulnerable, manipulative, the ones that he can manipulate, the weak women, right? That are desperate. Look at Jenn Soto.
Yep.
Look at this. We saw the mother. I don't need to see more than 2 minutes of her to know she's meek. She's easily controlled. And she probably believed everything that came out of this man's mouth like it was gospel.
Yep.
And she didn't protect her child.
Okay, I'm going back over here. I see David Bryant's left another comment in chat. Okay, gotcha. We'll keep searching, praying for your families. I just posted multiple pictures from what my dog has found searching, and you can feel free to reach out if you would like me to search anywhere. So it sounds like David may have some search dogs himself. David, if you want to send me an email, or reach out to me with Facebook Messenger if you have any information that you would like for me to pass on to the family. I'll be more than happy to do that, and we appreciate that so very much.
Again, silence. This guy says he's got his dogs out and he found some stuff and he posted pictures and he's asking, hey, you guys can reach out to me, and it's silence. Where are those pictures? Why wouldn't you say, let's see them? Send them to me right now.
Jennifer Jennings, thank you for being here. Jennifer says, how long has he been married to the mom? Isn't he Seth's son? Who is searching for this boy, mom, dad, or who? Well, it sounds like there's a lot of people involved, including the mother, the father, the stepfather, and law enforcement. When you say how long has he been married to the mom, are you referring to Chris on panel?
I think she is.
Silence.
Julio, thank you so much for being here. Chris always treated my girls and son with nothing but kindness when we worked together. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Julio.
He got
I know
Julio in there to fucking back him up. Julio, you better get your ass in there and say that I have been nothing but fucking kind to you, motherfucker, or I'm going to kick your ass. Oh my God. I got to go back because they didn't like David Bryant. David Bryant is going too deep. He's going too deep. That shut them up. And now this Jennifer wants to know, how long y'all been married and who is searching? Who? And they get quiet.
He said, son, who is searching for this boy, mom, dad, or who? Well, it sounds like there's a lot of people involved, including the mother, the father, the stepfather, and law enforcement. When When you say how long has he been married to them, are you referring to Chris on panel?
He's probably looking at her like, you shut the fuck up. We're not getting into my marriages. Nope, we're not talking marriage. Shut the fuck up.
Julio, thank you so much for being here. Chris always treated my girls and son with nothing but kindness when we worked together. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here, Julio. I know that probably means a lot to him. That's right, Jennifer. I think everybody is searching. It doesn't sound like there's any animosity with anybody that's going on here. So, and please be respectful in the chat. If you want to come in here and attack the family, the moderators can show you to the door. There's no need to announce your departure. Light and Sound says, I pray he wasn't being bullied at school. I imagine classmates who knew him have been interviewed. And yes, I do believe Chris said that earlier. And did he typically take his phone places with him, guys, or did he normally leave it at home?
Believe it or not, it was actually a struggle to get him to carry his phone.
Oh, he pops back in.
Yeah, he's right there.
You know why? He was busy. I think he was texting Julio saying, say this. Why? What? He pops back in. Oh, it was hell. It was hell to get him to take his phone with him. But he oh my God. Are you kidding me?
He normally leave it at home.
Believe it or not, it was actually a struggle to get him to carry his phone. He's not like your typical teenager. He's not these kids that, got to stick their head in the phone. He's not
glued to it.
He's not. Because of his restrictions, he knows that what it's for, it's a tool. It's not an entertainment device. He had his struggles with doing basic, simple things. And it was a constant reminder, a constant this. And all three parents have been extremely positive and constantly trying to get him like, hey, we got to do this, bud. We got to do that.
Take your phone.
Take your
Trying to
phone.
teach him to be responsible and to think about it.
And then Julio, I can contest. We worked together out in San Diego, so he's amazing.
Julio, my buddy from California. He's amazing. And then he laughs. Oh, this guy is.
He's probably Julio.
He's probably Julio. Oh my God. Oh my
Why
God.
couldn't talk? He was too busy chatting.
We don't know what he does for a living, but Erica said that he was 3 hours away at work in his camper. What? This gets even stupider by the minute.
I can contest. We worked together out in San Diego, so he's amazing.
Oh my God.
I think that's wonderful.
Okay, Gypsy Rose. That's what that reminded me of.
Let me just take care of something here in chat real quick. Jennifer, I appreciate you being here. We welcome all opinions, but we're just
it wasn't me.
How long he's been married to the mother is irrelevant with Sebastian being missing. So I hope that you have a wonderful night, but respectfully, I'm going to have to remove you from chat because it's a distraction. And we are focused on talking about Sebastian and about his case. And I hope you have a wonderful night. And please come back again. Okay, let's get back over here to the chat. I try to not get distracted when we have these situations, but we just don't have time for that. I'm not going to allow disrespect, and my moderators know that. So I appreciate my mods in here. Y'all put some hearts and hands up for the moderators in here. They're doing a fantastic job. We have 363 people in here watching right now. If you haven't already hit the like button, please do that and share this out because it helps to get Sebastian Rogers information circulating on social media. People are going to want to know what the parents have to say. I think it's very important that people hear the facts straight from Sebastian's family. 80 says, I'm autistic myself, and as a kid, I used to have restricted internet access, and I've managed to bypass it before. That doesn't shock me because I have a cousin that the same thing has happened. I think it's different for every kid because there's such a spectrum. There's such a spectrum. So that's why we have to be on high alert. This is a vigilant, important situation because we really don't know the circumstances of what has actually transpired with Sebastian, and he could be in danger. And I see Burton Staggs here. Burton, thank you so much for coming over. He says there's 2 similar cases, a Mississippi autism.
Every comment is triggering to these parents. Do you notice that? I mean, unless she specializes in missing autistic children, there sure are a lot of people in the chat that have very triggering questions that these parents don't want to even comment on. You know?
Yep.
Autistic teen was missing and found 9 days later in Tennessee. He walked. In Arizona, autistic teen walked approximately 200 miles and was found safe. Incredible. Does he have a lot of energy?
Crickets.
Does he like to go on long walks and things like that?
Especially off his medicine.
What?
Huh?
I really would like to get.
What was that?
What did she say? Did she say
He's
when
off his medicine. Wait, let's play that again.
Okay, so what medicine is he on?
Right.
In Arizona, autistic teen walked approximately 200 miles and was found safe. Incredible. Does he have a lot of energy? Does he like to go on long walks and things like that?
Especially off his medicine.
Huh? I really would like to get a billboard up for Sebastian. And I think I had mentioned that to you earlier. Do you think that this might be something that would benefit Sebastian to get his face out there if we could get a couple of billboards? Guys, give me some feedback in the chat and let me know what you think. I might could, crowdfund. That's what membership is for. When you guys are members of this channel, that's actually where your money goes, is to these little crowdsourcing things that I do. So I have some money already put back that I can put forward to it, but I probably wouldn't be able to keep it up for more than just a few days because it can get expensive. But what do you guys think about that? Do you think, Trev, what are your thoughts about that? Do you think that having a billboard up for Sebastian might be beneficial?
I think so. I mean, it's, we've looked at that in plenty of cases, and you and I have spoken about that before, talked with, different families. It's, at the very least, it's keeping that face and that story in the public eye. It's keeping people reminded of what's going on in their community, what's going on locally, what's going on the next county over, whether they work there, live there, travel through there, they're seeing it.
Well, I can certainly design a billboard. We can work together behind the scenes. You can send me a picture and let me know exactly what you would like it to say, and we can get something started on a blip as early as tomorrow. If you think that that's going to be something, I will look at the locations and I can let you know where they're at, and we can try to get something going. Cold Case Crystal, thank you so much for being here. That's another person that's on my team that covers cases, and she's in Kentucky. And Crystal, did you just send me a Cash App? Cold Case Crystal, thank you so much for sending me that, and I will definitely put it for the billboard. We're still going to put up some billboards for Jaden Carpenter, so you and I.
The parents, quiet. Oh my God,
Yes.
that would be wonderful. Oh my God, we can't thank you enough.
I need to get together in the next couple of days so we can get these billboards up as soon as possible, because we need to help find Sebastian.
Crickets.
Nothing.
Is there anything else that you guys want to share with us that you think that we need to know about the circumstances involving Sebastian going missing? Is there anything that you want to share with us that we have not talked about? I'm going to put it. We'll
No.
put up this flyer again here, so you guys can take another look at that.
Yeah, put his face up there, right in their face.
I mean, everything that we've covered so far, I mean, is exactly everything that we've covered.
What?
Mhm.
You know, we miss him and we want him home.
Exactly.
Baby home.
What?
He hasn't even even now was the time
Mods,
to say
thank you for
everything
checking
everyone's doing.
the chat.
Wait, what?
He could have taken that opportunity to say thank you for everything everyone's doing. Please keep on looking for him and
Not once.
doing whatever you can to help. But he hasn't. He didn't even say it then either.
He hasn't even. They haven't even thanked her for having them
No.
on. Oh my God! I mean, all these people are coming to them with resources, with ideas. We've got a billboard. She says I can get it up tomorrow. This guy's out with his dogs. They ignore him and then pop back in when Julio says something positive about the dad. I mean,
yeah.
So some rando that he used to work with in San Diego is in this chat.
Yeah, he
Is
had more
one
to
of
say
two.
thanking him.
Right. He's pretty awesome. Yeah. 200 people were in this chat, and one of them happened to be his ex coworker from California. Bullshit.
Alan, we're definitely not going to tolerate that. So, if you have a
Alan's gone. I got rid of Alan. He's gone.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Trev.
And Duchess, if I may, while we still have the family up,
Yes.
people in cases like this, guys, and this is for anybody listening now, watching later. However, everybody in their mind has an idea of how a family or how those who know a missing person should react. You know, should they go and talk to these people this day and say these things this day, or what they don't? The thing is here is law enforcement goes and talks to these people, guys. I've known plenty of families in these situations, unfortunately, but law enforcement goes and talks to these people. They don't owe us answers no matter how curious we get. There's no timetable of when they should stand in front of a camera, or when you should put a microphone in front of them, when they should join this, that, and the other. Now, if they bring that to us, then we should sit back and listen and let them tell their story. But what matters is answering who they need to answer to, and that's not us. That's not me. That's not Duchess. That's not you guys. The chief deputy, I believe Chief Deputy Craddock is his name, has been very clear in his press conferences that the family is fully cooperative and there have been zero signs of foul play. Now, if the TBI and the local authorities are saying that there is no sign of foul play, then it is completely irresponsible to make things up on the contrary. There are cases where you have to look at the home and you look at the family. This is not one of them. We have to look at what's true. And what's true is this 15-year-old boy is missing from his home. He has been missing and he is still missing. And what matters is bringing him home safe to his family, who was kind enough to join us tonight and answer your questions. So while nobody has to believe any certain thing, we need to respect what we're told by those who are in charge. And so just remember that as we go through this case and in any case you listen to.
And I support this message. Thank you, Trev. That was very well said, and I appreciate you saying that. We just need to be respectful. There's things that the family want to share, and there's things that they're not obligated to share any information, but they desperately want to find their child. And I want to give them a safe place to be able to come here and share the information that they want us to know, so that we can get it out there on social media, that we know what the facts are, that we've heard it directly from the family, so we know what the misinformation is. Like they told us earlier, the FBI is not on the ground searching for Sebastian. Yes, the card team was contacted and they were, they were spoken to, but they're not active. And there's people putting that on social media. The facts matter. We're not going to solve the case. It's for law enforcement. We have to let them do their job. So there's no need to come into this live stream and throw accusations around and disrespect this family. period. If you have a
It
problem
doesn't
with
help.
it doesn't.
Sebastian's still missing, and he is without his medication. He's not in his home. He is missing. He is likely very scared and unsure of his circumstances, and he is endangered at this moment. So I think 100% of the efforts and emotions should be put towards finding him. He deserves to be home. And if you, in taking the time to just mislead and say false things, and wherever you may go, leave your opinions at the door, because it's about bringing this child home.
Thank you, Stacy. We appreciate.
I'm gonna just say this. Trevor, he is an advocate for missing kids. I've seen him on other panels, and he actually confronted Don Wells himself on a panel. Yeah, he had dealt with them. And he saw through a bunch of lies, and he actually, I can't remember whose panel it was. I can't remember now, but I remember seeing him confront Don and saying, no, you lied about this. Like, no, you told me this. Like, it was confrontation. So I think these two work together and get these people on panel. And of course, they're going to defend them. Of course, they're going to say that. They have to. If they even remotely go against this guy right now, he would not be on this panel. She had to do a lot of buttering of his ass to get him on here. I guarantee it.
And
And he
it
would
can be really frustrating to listen to when you think that they're like believing everything they're saying, but a lot of the time they're not. But it's the only way to get people talking.
absolutely
You don't want people to shut down.
right. I mean, when I talked to Don Wells, and Don Wells told me that the boys were taken by CPS, and I said, oh, I mean, really, it was the best move for them.
Yeah.
Those children were in deplorable living conditions, but I didn't say, oh my God, I hope they get, the help they need, because those kids need some help. But I didn't say that. If I did, do you think he'd talk to me? No.
Yep, exactly.
So I just don't think that these people are really, I think they want Sebastian found 100%. I don't think that they care one way or the other about the parents. But they're asking all the right questions and pinning all of the right, hard, tough questions, because he's actually avoided 3 or 4?
Yes.
It's interesting. And if law enforcement watches this, trust me, they see this. They see what these people are saying and doing. Every single thing they do.
Yep. I mean, we
Appreciate
pick
your
up on
prayers.
it that it doesn't sound right.
Right.
So, of course, they're picking up on that it doesn't sound right to you.
Right. Exactly. And this Duchess sounds like a pretty smart lady who covers a lot of missing people. And it's just like we were saying earlier, it's kind of ironic how much we've learned from, watching Chris Watts in the beginning. I know you thought originally he was guilty, but I didn't. And that's how naive and like new to that, people being deceptive. And I've learned a lot in 5 years, and it's opened my eyes to a lot, maybe too much sometimes, because it makes you more intuitive. And I'm not a professional by any means, but I'm human, and I have a brain, and I can process people's reactions to things. And when you start to see them mirror over and over, you pick up what they're laying down, so you roll with it. And I feel like they're rolling with it. So I don't want people to be hard on this podcaster, because A, she's doing good things from what I can tell. And Rupert agrees.
Yes, he does.
Yeah. So he's definitely in agreement, and he wants at this Chris guy. Okay. So here's another question she's about to pin. And it says, I heard Nashville business owners have started a reward fund. Is this true? Let's see what they say.
Yes, Mary, that is true. There is an anonymous group of Nashville business owners that have started a reward fund for Sebastian, and that is $3,000.
How nice.
So we want to thank those anonymous business owners for doing that. That's an amazing thing to do. I did ask the family if there was any other reward funds that were going to be activated at this time, and there are not. And that's all they're going to say on that. And the families are entitled to privacy. Ginger Snaps. Absolutely. And
No, they're
they are
not.
entitled to respect, and they will get it in this house.
I love her.
Now, Janeth, I appreciate you being here. How did they know he took a flashlight? Well, I asked that very same question today, and I was so glad that Sebastian's mother explained it to me, because when I read that news article, I was like, well, how did they know he had a flashlight? Do you want to tell us about that?
One of the first things that was asked is because he left when it was very dark outside, was if he might have taken a flashlight. And he actually has one that he plays with regularly, and I can't find it. So it's likely that he took it.
Okay. Jason asks, thank you for being here, Jason. Does he have anything that he holds on to? Anything that he has to have with him at all times? Something that keeps him calm when he has it?
Good question.
He has various fidgets that he changes out and plays with.
Have you noticed any of those are missing as well?
Honestly, it'd be impossible to tell. He plays with paper clips and pennies and Legos, things that several could go missing and it wouldn't be noticeable.
Okay. Please put some green hearts and prayer hands in the chat for this family, because today is 7 days, and this is a critical time that we need to come together and
7
stop
days?
attacking the family.
And this is the first
If
time
you
they
can't
speak
do
out?
something productive, like just sit on your hands or something, I don't know. And Trev, I do appreciate all that you've done. Trev has been sharing information every day. He has been doing live streams, and you guys definitely need to connect. I will put you guys in touch with each other, because he's local to Tennessee, and I know that he will be able to help in any way that he can. And we will definitely connect this week, and we will, if not tonight, then tomorrow, so we can get those billboards up. I will get with Crystal later, and we'll talk about that and try to get those worked out as soon as possible. Is there anything else that you want us to share? Is there anything else that you think that we have not covered, Trev? Is there anything that you want to add to this conversation that you feel that we've missed?
So again, she says we can get those billboards up tomorrow, and it's crickets.
Well, I just want to encourage people to keep going. It's, keep the hope up, and keep sharing his picture, keep sharing his story, keep sharing his flyer, keep praying that he returns, and keep listening to what we're told by authorities, because they're out there looking, and they haven't stopped, and they won't. We all play our part in different ways. If you're on social media, simply sharing his flyer. If you're here on YouTube, simply interacting with a video that has his information. Whatever it is, do it for Sebastian. Because until he's brought home, that's the mission, that's the goal, and that's the fight. And that's what we'll do, standing beside this family and beside those looking and beside Sebastian until he comes home.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And that's the end goal. So if you see this flyer on social media, you guys can share this from my YouTube community wall, from Trev's. You can share it from our Facebook pages. I'm sure Arctic Fox also has it on his page. Whatever we can do to try to help your family, please reach out to me and let me know. And we have a wonderful group of people in this community that will try to do whatever we can. And hopefully I'll hear something from Wings of Hope, and they'll let me know if they're going to be able to try to assist. David Bryant, thank you so much for your super chat. He said, we're going to find him. Keep your head up and hug him tight when he gets back. Prayers for y'all. Everyone keep searching and doing what we can. David, I appreciate that. I'm going to take that $50 and I'm going to put it towards that billboard that I'm going to design. We're going to get that up for Sebastian as soon as we can. I really appreciate you donating. It means so much.
Crickets.
She's
Guys, I
showing
really
way more
appreciate you joining
appreciation
us. If
than
you have any
he is.
updates that you want to share with us, please don't hesitate to reach out. If there's something that you want to share, if you want to me to have another live stream, you may want to have a live stream with Trev. He has a large following on his channel, and some of those people don't necessarily follow my stream. So I'm sure they might, want to talk to you. And so we can continue to share out Sebastian's information, and you will be on my prayer list. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out.
Are they still there?
I'll even share my phone number with you. And if there's anything that you need, you can call me.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Deep
Where'd he
breaths.
go?
Deep breaths. It's just sometimes you got to take it a day at a time, but sometimes you can only take it an hour at a time or 5 minutes at a time. And you don't have to explain yourself to anybody, because you don't know how you're going to feel until you're going through it. And how you process things is not necessarily going to be how the next person does. But you don't owe anybody an explanation. Just know that our hearts are with you. And you have a lot of people. Look at all of these people. We have 400 people watching this live stream right now. There are so many people that are out here supporting. Don't listen to these naysayers.
We just want to say thank you to everyone who's working with us to try and bring him home.
And everybody for all your support and your prayers and your love.
You are more than welcome. You are more than welcome. That's what we're here to do. Is we're here to lift each other up. It takes a village. It takes a village, and that's what we have to do. We're just here to help each other out. And I really just appreciate you being willing to come here and share Sebastian's story with us. And we'll be thinking of you and continuing to pray and share his information. And I'm going to let you guys go because you've been up here for over an hour, and I don't want to keep you any longer. I want you guys to go just remember to take care of yourself. Make sure you're eating and getting enough rest and doing what you need to do to keep yourself going. Because it's not easy. It can't be easy.
It's not by any means.
Chris, you're a good man. You're being so strong for her, and that just it makes me feel emotional, because this has got to be so difficult. And it's just one day at a time. But I'm praying that you're going to get answers as soon as possible. You have a lot of people that are working very hard to find your son. Miranda said outside his home, where's his most comfortable environment? Does he have a place like that?
His house.
The only place he likes to be is just at his house.
Oh my God.
It's not funny. What's he laughing
Why
for?
is he laughing? The mother is in tears. The freaking podcaster's almost in tears. And he laughs? Come on.
So inappropriate.
His house.
The only place he likes to be is just at his
That laugh
house.
reminds me of Chris Watts.
His house. Yeah, where he's not.
He likes his house. He likes both houses, and he likes. I mean, his favorite thing to do is go play on the playground, and he likes to.
He loves being around the family. He loves, just being a kid.
He's not very outdoorsy.
Well, that's understandable. And that's okay. Everybody has their comfort zone. I'm not a people-in person myself, y'all. I kind of like to stay to myself in my own house where I'm most comfortable. So I'm just hoping that somebody's going to see him. Don't forget, if you live in the area of Sumner County or the surrounding counties, if you live in the surrounding counties, Robertson, Davidson, Wilson, even down to Rutherford, Williamson County, Cheatham County, Montgomery County, Dixon, listen, if he's walking, please check your property. He could be hiding out. You know, he might be scared. He's probably going to be hungry and cold. What's your temperature? What's your weather there right now in Tennessee?
It was better today, but we've had freezing temperatures since he left.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
Leslie says, remember, most people are good.
Just hope someone finds it.
Me too. Jolly Life says the family's trying to stay strong so they can get this baby found. They really don't have time to break down. That's right. You guys just keep praying. Listen, I'm going to let you guys go. And I will be in touch with you. Just text me tomorrow. We'll get together and we'll work on this billboard to get up. And I'll let you know the locations that are available for a billboard. And I'll try to get that arranged as soon as possible. If you need anything, just reach out to me and let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. And I will put Trev in touch with you. Take care, guys.
Okay, that's the end of that. Now, I'm going to show you a map. This is Hendersonville. You see that big river?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome, Ken. Thanks, guys, for all chiming in. I have not followed this case at all, so it's kind of new to me. But there is a behavior panel. They did analyze this, so I did put the link in chat. If you guys want to check that out. Let's watch this really quick.
We're on a constant roller coaster ride of helpless and hopeless and many other emotions all in one, and it's a never-ending roller coaster. It doesn't stop.
Oh my God. It's like a nightmare that I can't wake up from. The waves of reality keep coming in, right? Isn't that what Stephan said? The waves of reality keep hitting me.
Yep, it's also the kind of thing that Chris Watts said. It's like a nightmare you can't wake up from.
It's a nightmare I can't wake up from. It's all the same verbiage.
Yeah.
So check this out. Here is a video that came out 2 days ago. Video appears to show two people with flashlights near Sebastian Rogers' home. This is from News Channel 5.
We begin with a surprising development in the search for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers, who's been missing for 18 days. An exclusive look at new video evidence. Thanks for joining us here at 6. I'm Rory Johnson.
And I'm Hunter Hoagland. A lot to get to here tonight. Authorities have scrutinized home security video from that Hendersonville neighborhood, trying to learn what happened to that teen with autism.
Now you can take a look for yourself. Our Nick Barris obtained video that appears to show two people near Sebastian's home the night his parents say he disappeared.
Oh, shit.
The video you're about to see is from early Monday morning, February 26th, around 3:10 a.m. Now, there are no street lights in the Stafford Court neighborhood, so it is at night, pitch black. What you will see here are these 2 points of light believed to be people with flashlights in the area around Sebastian Rogers' Hendersonville home. It is believed Sebastian left his home barefoot and with a flashlight sometime overnight. Since his disappearance, authorities have reviewed security video from homes in the neighborhood looking for clues.
We have had several clips that have come in.
And this one is getting the most attention, showing signs of activity around Sebastian's home the night he disappeared. You see, 2 light sources, which we've circled to help you follow. For point of reference, the security camera was pointed toward the back of Sebastian's home in a common area. In the video, you see subject 1 with a light source in the lower right-hand corner. Then you see subject 2 briefly appear and move toward the first before that light source is covered or obscured by bushes. Subject 1, a few seconds later, then moves out of frame. Then subject 2 reappears and follows subject 1 off screen. It's a short time later and it's very vague, but then you see one of the subjects moving quickly back through the common area, and that is it. I know, there's not much to see here. You certainly cannot identify anyone, but those close to the investigation tell me the mere fact that there is now evidence that someone is in the area around Sebastian's home is significant. This video shows suspicious activity in the immediate area the night Sebastian disappeared. Could one of these subjects have been Sebastian? Did he meet and leave with someone? Sebastian's father says his son would not go with a stranger.
It's up in the air for me because I don't think he would get into a vehicle with somebody unless he knew them.
So what exactly are we seeing here? I know investigators are doing what they can to try enhancing the video for any more clues. For now, this video is now part of the Sebastian Rogers missing person file, and I'm told it could become more significant depending on where the ongoing investigation leads.
Oh, so here we have Dad saying the FBI is not on the ground. That is a rumor. No, dude, the FBI is analyzing this video. Is what they're doing. They're analyzing your phones. Oh my God. I think that's mom and stepdad. That's what I think. Because she was supposedly sleeping on the couch and then went to bed, right?
Yeah.
Oh, shit. Ken Dalton's onto something here. He says, really? We are onto something, Potato. And why mention a flashlight in the first place? Because he knew this video was out.
Yeah.
Oh, he left with a flashlight because he played with one. I don't think so. Unbelievable. So we'll be following this one now because I think everybody's intrigued by this. I guess Pascal has.
Yeah, I saw that the dad had spoken.
But did he come on the show? No, he didn't come on the show. He just reported on it. No, he reported on what we just watched. The video of the dad. And the dad has an anime shirt on as well. I mean, this has been weeks and weeks and weeks. Bloodhounds. Let's see this. This is raw video. Oh, I love them. Look how cute he is. Poor doggos. I wonder if it got any sense. And all this effort, you know? So dad is a crane operator from what chat said.
Roxy said that the dad called into the Pascal show.
Oh, he did? Is it a different video than that? Let me see. I'll find it and y'all can watch it. I don't want to play it. This is the only one I can see is 6 days ago, but let's go to his channel.
Come on, man.
And see.
I'll be right back.
Okay. New footage 3 days ago. Oh, here it is. Sebastian's dad calls in. This is an hour long, guys.
Please and thank you.
I've been going to businesses, passing out flyers. Everybody knows, but in my town, in Clarksville, everybody knows.
All right, so I'll give you guys the link to this so y'all can go watch this on Pascal show. So his biological dad called in. He's a police officer. So there's the link, you guys. Go watch it on Pascal. There's the link for that. And then I gave you the link for the behavior panel. There's your homework tonight. So watch the behavior panel. Watch his dad on Pascal. And then we will reconvene. We have Monjay live tomorrow We'll talk about this tomorrow. Let me know what you found out. I'll watch this tonight. You guys watch it tonight, and let's talk about this tomorrow. We are live at 3 p.m. tomorrow. While Stephan Sterns and Madeline Soto's biological dad were also friends on Facebook. So you guys go watch the behavior panel, watch Pascal. The links are in the chat. I'm going to wrap this up. I think Potato's tending to her Rupert. We've been going we've been going a long time. So I was just wrapping it up. I found Pascal. I put the link in chat. 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. We're going to reconvene, watch the behavior panel. We're going to watch Pascal, and then we're going to reconvene for Monday and talk it through and see what we have discovered.
Cool. Okay.
So bye, Teddy. Bye, Rupert. Bye, Potato.
Bye.
Are you guys ready to dance it out? If you haven't liked this video yet, I know I said it several times, but I have to keep reminding because we forget about that little like button. It's such a simple thing to do, but we forget that it's there sometimes. And it really, really, really helps. Like a lot. Am I frozen? Can you hear me?
No, I can hear you.
Okay. I thought I was frozen. My screen is like...
Oh. What happened? Wait, what happened? Am I? Am I still here?
I think I kicked us both off. Are we still live?
Yeah.
Oh, they said, uh-oh.
I saw the... Yeah, I could still see the live thing, and I was like, am I still here, or have I gone? Like, what happened?
This is our grand exit. Okay, we're still live. Okay. I don't know what happened there. Maybe the lizard did it. By the way, the lizard crawled into the window, and he's in the window right now.
He's trying to get out. He's like, seriously?
I'm going to get him out. 911 says dorks. They said we left the building. Oh, shit. That's funny. All right, guys. Well, we can dance it out now because I think, unless I freeze up again. No, every time I click something, it like takes a minute for it to like get there. I don't know if I can get there. Frozen. Yeah, page unresponsive.
It's like, seriously, let's go.
It's like, bye, Jay. Bye, Jonathan. No, I'm seriously frozen. I don't know what's happening.
Oh no, it happened again. That's it. I have to say goodnight to everyone now. Bye, Jay. Bye, Jennifer.
It happened again. It happened again. Okay, I'm not going to screw around. We're going to dance it out. I'm pressing one button and one button only. Thank you for joining, guys. Sorry about my technical difficulties. It's just par for the course. Bye, Potato. Good night. Thank you for joining.
Good night. Thank
you. I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 wanna be with me. You wanna feel, feels unreal, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact that I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. Staying up late, sleeping all day, dreaming about Cadillacs. Buying new shoes, hanging by the pool, sipping on Coke and Jack. Calling my phone when you feel alone, but I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time, I ain't got time for that. I don't give a damn, I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn, you talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn, I don't give a damn. 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 You're mad at me for not giving you comfort. You say that I'm away so much and now you don't feel the way you felt when we were younger. But that's okay for me, 'cause